Alright, so we're getting back into more Survivor Man Challenge. Which the only mod we have loaded is the Universal Auto Load mod. All these other ones, you notice, they're either unchecked or their official DLC. So we're not doing a whole bunch of modding stuff in this run. But the gist of the Survivor Man Challenge mod, or Survivor Man Challenge, have I played Unpacking? Yes. And it is amazing, and I highly encourage anyone who has not played Unpacking, who wants, like, the chillest game that does absolutely amazing storytelling without a single word of dialogue. My goodness. It is a fun game. Is Doom having a good time again? Yeah, she's laughing in the other room at whatever she's watching. I need to get a new drink here. I should have done that before I started this, but that's fine. I'll get to a point where I can autopilot something and get all going. But yeah, so when we started this run, we started with this bus just so I could fast forward time to sleep in here. Where we've got our wood fire stove, our absolute nightmare of a bed, and our MREs. We started with this truck and this chainsaw. And that's all we had. And we made up a bunch of money so we could get some greenhouses set up over here. We eventually expanded that out into all these fields you see, as well as that granary, and way over there, that bakery. That's all going good. Hey, Maddie, how's it going? Where we left off was I was in the middle of planting these fields. I believe I got 2 of the fields done. I need to get 2 more done. And then I need to do a pass of fertilizer. And then we can basically fast forward till it's time to sell. And if everything goes well, I will be able to buy the new header for our harvester. You do enjoy when you can just have a chainsaw in your pocket? Yep. Pocket? Yep. Is that Farming Sim? Yes, this is Farming Simulator 22. Gotcha. So, proper house when? When I stop having to worry about money. If it's something in the game that doesn't make us money, then we're probably not going to do it anytime soon. Because with this challenge, money is a dire issue constantly. Because it seems like we're doing pretty good. Where you look and go, oh, you're at about $45,000. You seem to have a nice tractor and a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, this tractor's kind of on its last limb. Just doing the fields like per day, I end up losing about 20% of its maintenance and having to pay literally thousands of dollars to fix it. And that's because this tractor, I got it used in the game, which means I got it cheap. But now that it's almost 10 years old, it's really not a good time. Now, what I am going to do is, bear with me, chat. I'm going to go ahead and put this up. I did mention that I was basically out of drink. I should have grabbed it beforehand. I've got the tractor on here. I'm going to take 2 seconds to grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So I do apologize for everyone who's going to pop this on YouTube and then say, streamer's been here for 1 minute. Quick break. It is what it is. But I'll be right back here in just a second. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Too slow on the rave. Too slow on the rave. Streamer's been here 1 minute. Yeah, it happens. But yeah, Tomb's watching Reno 911. That's what the laughter in the background is. All right, so get that person out of here and take back over, so I don't have to pay him. What am I drinking? Dr. Pepper. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to sneak in some bites of this chili that I should actually be eating, but I'm really bad about these things. But don't worry, I don't make a bunch of like mouth smack noise or anything in the mic or anything like that. Part of me is like, I put too much cheese on this. And the other part of me is like, I definitely did not put too much cheese on it. I put the exact correct amount of cheese. ASMR stream when? Never. You have at least one soda per day now because you need some sugar. Oh, I have. The soda's just not good for me. Like the whole start, middle, end to end. It's not good for me. But hear me out. Florida water is pretty terrible. And we're gonna pay the price for bottled water. Then, you know, not exactly winning too much there on the money wise. Don't get me wrong, you can get good water in Florida, but usually it ends up not being your tap. And to be clear, when I say it's terrible, I don't mean it's unsafe. I mean it's just not exactly the most pleasant water. How bad can Florida water be if Florida man drinks water? I mean, it's reasonably safe and all that. It's just... Yeah, no, it's tap water. It is what it is. It's not actually bleach, but it's got that very, like, bleachy, chlorinated taste because, you know, they do clean it up, deal with the unsafe stuff in it. But it gives it kind of that chemical-y taste. Alright, but let's go ahead and right now what we're doing is we're planting wheat. We've already put down one application of fertilizer. We're going to plant this. We'll do our second application of fertilizer. Did you see your redeem? Oh, the eat food redeem? I ain't be bad about this. We're gonna waste our money on the AI, but I'm gonna eat some food. Because I wasn't hungry, and then I had a bite, and now I'm really hungry. And it has the appropriate amount of cheese where it's just stringing cheese for miles. And definitely it's more cheese than I should be having on it. I don't regret it. Let's see, you live in Australia where restrictions on tap water makes it difficult for commercial bottled water to even get close. So are you saying that, like, the quality of your water in Australia is so good that water put in a plastic bottle and shipped doesn't hold a candle to it? Or are you saying that because of restrictions on what you can and cannot do to water makes it difficult for bottled water to be there? Just to clarify, because I honestly have no idea what the quality of water is in Australia one way or the other at all. Hey, Shotgun Kid, how's it going? You don't trust tap water? So the worst thing is when I worked local government, I did work with our both the wastewater as well as the, you know, like the good water, like the actual process stuff that would go into your tap. And that water is like really, really, it's good as far as like it's safe. It doesn't have a bunch of stuff you don't want in it, like all that kind of stuff. It's treated, it's handled, it's all that. It's still tap water. It still tastes like crap, but you know, it was good. So it is one of those things that on one hand, I'd be like, no, you don't, because we had people who were like, oh, no, you can't trust Taplar. I was like, no, I work with people, it's fine. And then the counter argument is Flint, Michigan, and places like that. So it's like, no, you can trust. It's like, yeah, okay, it's a mixed bag. It really depends on where you're at. And for those who don't know, Flint, Michigan, still, like, that lead equipment and all that. And so you're getting lead in your water. Excellent. Among other not great things. Yeah, tap water tastes like nothing, so bottled water basically needs to be flavored to compete. Gotcha. You want to get farming simulator so badly? I want to say, isn't it on sale? It might not be on sale anymore. I know it was on sale. The base game with the DLC. The DLC itself wasn't on sale, but you could get the base game on sale or like the base game with DLC. When a dare drop happens for it, I usually will play the dare drop, and sometimes we give out some keys. I don't have any to spare anymore, but yeah. Is it on my stream, or do you have audio only? It's on your stream. We've got video. I've got my my moderator computer. I can see it. So you just hit refresh. Your dad is ignoring you when you ask him. Okay. The one thing I'll say is don't let me know what your age is. Yeah, the premium edition is on sale. Yeah, for those who don't know, the premium edition is the one that comes with almost everything. Not to be mistaken for the platinum edition, which only comes with some things. Oh, is ignoring you get a farm sim? Yeah, I mean, that is what it is. But yeah, like, don't let me know your age. I don't have any problem with young people or whatever being in the channel. But, if you're under 18 and I find out, I will, for my own protection, I will, I'll say sorry. I know Twitch allows people to be, like, 13 years old or older with parental permission and yada, yada, yada. But, it's just one of those things that, it's not that we get, like, adult content on there. Well, it's not even the babies. I mean, that's a behavioral thing. That, I don't care if it's a kid or an adult. If I have to sit down and be like, you don't behave like that, that's, you know, a thing. Yeah, it's more with just saying, like, let's say I'm over 14. Yeah, don't say the age, because it's not even a matter of you being underage to be on Twitch. It's like, literally, if you're under 18, I do play stuff on the channel from time to time that, you know, is marked as mature audiences and all that, and I'd rather just not open that can of worms. But if I don't know your age, I don't have to worry about it. Plus, it's also for your own personal safety kind of thing. Don't let people know your age, especially if you're young. Unfortunately, and this isn't a Twitch thing, this is an internet thing. Unfortunately, there are a lot of not great people on the internet. So, like, we have a phrase I use in the channel, don't dox yourself. Letting people know your age is one of those things that, like, yeah, people don't need to know that. Like, it's fine to be like, oh, you're middle-aged or whatever. But especially if you're on the younger end, don't share that. People get weird. Just trying to watch out for people. Tomb Cack in the background. Yeah, she's watching Reno 911, so she is laughing it up. And I know I'm eating all that old stale cookie noises. Yep. I don't feel as young as I used to. That's for certain. I think about the things I used to do when I played, you know, paintball and was like a sponsored athlete and all that. The things I would jump off of, the contorted positions I'd throw my body in to get behind cover and all that. And old man Rual is like, things like the jumping off. So I was like, yeah, I could still jump off that. I wouldn't be running afterwards. I'd be sitting on the ground being like, you keep going. I need a minute. You know, I need a minute for my sore legs to be over this. But yeah, the when you play paintball, the ways you'd bend your body, especially when you're doing like super airball, which is the big tournaments were back in the day. Like, you'd have this thing that is like flat and kind of turn like at a little bit of an angle and all that, and you'd like go back there and you'd kind of like fold yourself in half, but you have to like twist your arm behind you to grab your paintball when you go to like your paintball containers, like redo it. Man, it was so. It's like, you know, man, it's like, good thing you're an adult, you don't have to worry about being banned or something. Well, I mean, if people misbehave, they misbehave. Like that's the reason why it's not babysitters. Like, all right, like that's a behavioral thing. Yes, more likely younger people are to do behavioral things that you got to worry about, but they're not the only ones. We've got plenty of people who are full-blown adults who don't know how to behave. Yep, no, it's all good. Yeah, no, we're doing challenges. I generally won't cheat in most of the games I play in general. I even actually, like, when it comes to mods, I very, very, very lightly mod my games. So, like, for example, this map we're on, the No Man's Land, it comes with special buildings for itself. And I won't use those buildings, because some of those buildings are really, really not balanced. Well, right, okay. To be clear, modding to give yourself an advantage, or modding to create an exploit to give yourself infinite money, it's cheating. Do I have a problem with people cheating? No. You're playing a game by yourself. You literally can play however you want. Like, that's totally fine. There's, like, nothing negative about that. It's literally you playing the game the way you want has no negative impact on me. And I don't judge people for playing the game differently than me. But yeah.
Yay. Wah, 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 wah. Babby 1 Neuro Supercharged. Wah, wah, wah. WAGH.
I like how last one is WAGH for no apparent reason. Which does mean I'm going to do, like, the Lego piece here in a moment. But, yeah, no, we've had people who, popped in the stream and just, you know, from start to finish were just awful, which all that happens is they pop in, and then we ban them. And then it's not a problem. Yeah, so, there's your new piece, there's that, and there we go. So far with the Lego kit that we've been doing, for those who haven't know, we've been doing a thing that, you know, when we either get 100 biddies or we get a sub, we're adding one Lego piece to a kit. It's a thing I started just the other day. We'll see what people think about. We got this part done so far, and then we've got that done. And I'm not telling people what it is. You're just going to have to figure out when we get there. We did have one person like, oh, I've totally built that Lego kit. I know which one it is. And I appreciate that they didn't say what it is. So we didn't have it all spoiled. Because don't get me wrong, people are going to figure out what it is sooner or later. And once it's figured out, it's known. But it is fun having people like, oh, I think it's a this, or I think it's a that. It is fun having that. Eventually it'll get figured out, and or it'll just get so far done you can just look and be like, I know what that is. Yeah, I mean, but there's also the thing that we'll all disagree on what mod is balanced. I've had many people tell me it's like, oh, this mod is balanced, it's totally fair. Is this a smaller kit or more so model kit? It is a big kit. It is something like 11,000 or yeah, something like 1,100 pieces or something like that. It's a pretty solid kit. Is it a huge kit? No, but it is a decent sized kit. We know it's a chopper of some kind at the moment, but we don't know because Lego makes hundreds of them. Right, exactly. Fulminaton saying the problem with balance is it's subjective. Exactly. Because I have people when I play Project Zomboid who are like, oh yeah, the oh man, I'm blanking on the one. It's the gun mod. Ah man, I'm forgetting it all of a sudden. There's a gun mod in Brida's. That's the one. Thank you. Brida's gun mod. They'll be like, oh yeah, Brida's gun mod is entirely balanced, and you look at it and be like, are you high? It's okay if you are, but like, are you high? It's like that is as far from balanced as you can get. That is like straight up super powered. That said, no judgment for anyone who wants to play that way, because again, it doesn't hurt me if you play the game differently. It doesn't muddy the sanctity of the game. It's literally just fun. I've done those kind of runs, not on stream as much. I've done the kind of run where, you know, like I've been doing like nothing but sweaty try-hard runs, and I'm like, you know what I want to do? Not put any effort into a run and just you know, I just want to, you know, wreck some zombies. Well, it says, even was it, if it wasn't like every game wouldn't need to do balance updates like every week, otherwise you could just balance the game once and be done with it. Well, yeah, it also depends. Like one argument that, you know, there's always like the clickbaity things about, you know, what game does, like, what game thing would have your audience like this, and, you know, it has like from Tangled, where everyone's got their swords up to his neck. And mine with like game devs is like, not all games need to be balanced. It's like, you don't need to limit the player's power. Like, you can have the game where it's like, yeah, you know what, you put in 1,000 hours, let your character just delete anything they want on the map. They put in so many hours, they've got the best equipment anyways, let's let them feel super powerful. They've done everything. What are they going to do? Get burnt out? Oh, wait, there's nothing else for them to do. Let them feel super powerful for a while. That's one of the things I actually really liked about Sunhaven, is weirdly so many games just like have lines in the sand of you cannot get stronger than this. And Sunhaven's like, hey, you know what? You could just keep drinking potions that make you permanently faster. It's like 0.05 per potion, and they're like really cost prohibitive. But if you reach the point of the game where you can just slam back a bunch of those to the point it's unplayably fast, hey, you know what? If I put 2,000-3,000 hours into a run so I can do that, let me do it. So you love mods that are on the communal multiplayer you and I are both part of, but mainly quality of life. Yeah, I tried to hop on there the other day. It may have been just down that day. Is it still running? It very well may be just like I caught it at like the one time it was down or being updated or whatever. It wasn't like I was trying to jump on stream. It was like literally, it was just like after stream, it was like, I feel like popping in there and seeing what's going on. See if I can't catch anyone else on. Yep, it also depends on the kind of vibes you're going for too. It's true. To be honest, you'd assume it'd be on, but you'll double check. It could be if not enough people are popping on that they've shut it down. Because that's a normal thing that happens with a lot of games, is you'll spin up a server as a creator. You'll run it for a week, 2, 3, 4 weeks, however long. And if you're not yourself actively hopping on there on the regular, a lot of times people popping on the server will begin to drop off. And then, you know, there's a certain point where if no one's playing at a server, why are you paying to keep it turned on? Hey, Jed, how's it going? Like, no negative about that. That's just, you know, a pragmatic thing. I'd do the same. Yeah, you know, the server was provided by the sponsor, so who knows? Yeah, it could also be that like, the amount of time it's supposed to be up, like, the sponsor was like, all right, you get, you know, 2 months or whatever, and then dropped. You used to pay for servers that no one played on. Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like one of those things that when you find the server that like people aren't logging in anymore, if it's a game you can like back up the save if you want, take down the server, and then if people whine about it, you can put it back up. If no one whines about it, you know you saved yourself money. That just happened with your Minecraft server? Yeah, no, it happens. It's a pragmatic thing. That's want to know a little hint with both IT and on software dev side. Sometimes you'll have features that are really hard to get meaningful analytics about if people are still using it or not, or if people are just like misclicking it and like going into it but not actually using it. It is not an unfamiliar tactic in both IT and software dev to just quietly turn off something and see if people complain about it. And if no one complains about it, you leave it off. And you don't bring it back. And I'm not even joking. This isn't even like bad IT. There'll be times you're like, we have the server, it's got a bunch of files on it. We don't think anyone's using it, like on a real level. Their computers are accessing it, so it is getting, you know, refreshed as it is that someone's in it. But we don't see any meaningful files being updated. So we're just gonna turn it off and see who screams first. you know, still back stuff up and do all your due diligence and all that. But if you can turn off something and no one complains, you're just saving yourself money. You're saving yourself time, money, and maintenance. Let's see, if you ever launched our Minecraft server, it's going to be for content purposes, which you don't plan on for a couple of years. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the way it works with a lot of content creators, is you'll be like, oh yeah, we're going to check out Minecraft for a little while. You know, you boot up a Minecraft server. You play with your community for a while and all that. And eventually, you know, as a creator, unless that's what you're just focused on and all that, you move on to other things. And you don't just shut down, like most of the time, you don't just shut down the server the moment you've moved on. But when your community seems to not meaningfully be using the server anymore, it's kind of time to shut it down. Oh, and I did come up with something I really, really want to do. So I've been trying to come up with a YouTube series for this game, and I keep running into the same problem of, yeah, it's time to shut it down when you've got, like, there's only one person logging in the server sometimes. Farm Sim? Yep, we are playing Farm Sim. It's been doing really well on the channel, which I found interesting, because... No, YouTube thing? Oh yeah, sorry. ADHD things happening, don't mind me. Yeah, so I've been trying to put together, I want to do like an actual edited series, like be better about that. Because I've been putting up the live streams directly onto YouTube, and that was a time sink, but now because I am streaming onto multiple platforms all at once, that's a bunch of overhead I don't have to deal with. I still have to like make the thumbnail and link, you know, when the video ends, point to the next video, and all that little like housekeeping kind of stuff. But I don't have to, like, you know, get the video, upload the whole thing, wait the 15-20 plus minutes it goes to upload, wait for it to process for several hours to then go. I don't have to do all the other garbage now, because we've short-circuited that. So what I want to do is I want to actually have maybe one video a week that's like a properly, I recorded it, I, you know, edited it, I did all the work kind of thing, to make it, you know, not some scuff uploaded video that really is not well suited for YouTube to pick up with its algorithm or anything like that. And what I wanted to do is potentially do some of these challenges I would be interested in playing in games like this that are really not good for Twitch. Like, there's just way too much just downtime kind of thing. So the kind of things, if you're familiar with Let's Game It Out, makes wonderful streams and YouTube content. A lot of his YouTube content he doesn't live stream because he'll be like, all right, well, I'm going to go do this. Way too many hours later. For YouTube, you could do that and just say, this thing I'm about to do, it's going to take me 8 hours and no one's going to want to watch it. So snap, snap, we're past the 8 hours. You know, you get to see the aftermath of the decision, and that works. Or you can, you know, you do a time lapse where it's like, okay, it's like an hour or two of really kind of slow content. So you just, you know, put on some good music, you time lapse it for 5-10 minutes, and, you know, it's done. So you get to see the progress happen. And you can do all that with edited video. But obviously, on Twitch, it can be real rough if you have something like that. Like, if I were to take Farm Simulator, for example, and switch it to being in real time. So 1 hour is 1 hour kind of stuff. That would be one you'd have a lot of time. That would be uninteresting kind of thing. Oh, we have a shout out for Let's Game It Out? Sure, why not? I follow Let's Game It Out. For those who don't know Let's Game It Out, it is a very fun content creator. Primarily operates on YouTube, but does have a pretty significant Twitch presence as well. Let's Game It Out as a content creator. They do very memey, fun, silly stuff. Yeah, we are talking about him. This is totally fair. And so what he'll do is he'll be like, okay, like a lot of times he'll take a game and immediately go, here's like, all right, we're going to be doing this tycoon game. You're supposed to do this. And immediately he'll just go to left and say like, hey, I wonder if I can win this game or like succeed in this game. Instead of making a useful arcade, instead of make this absolute horror noise of a maze and somehow make it work. Or he'll play like Satisfactory. Instead of having any organization with his conveyor belts or anything like that, he will deliberately and maliciously spaghetti them as bad as he possibly can to make like these giant like tornadoes of conveyor belts that are just a total waste. But, you know, for the memes. So he's got fun content. Yeah, it also is very well known for, is there a limit? Where he'll start like building up, he goes, wait a second, I didn't expect to be able to build up this high. Well, it's that time. Is there a limit? And just keeps going up. And you sometimes be like, yeah, there's a limit. Or, well, I've been doing this for 6 hours and I haven't hit the top yet, so I'm gonna go with no. It's fun. If you like Spiffing Brit, they have similarities, but his is more, tends to be more in the funny, silly, slapsticky kind of style than Spiffing Brit does. But both are absolutely excellent content. Let's see. Any game that has explosives, he will put as many as humanly possible. Correct. Hey, Karos, how's it going? And how's it going? Ooh. AKA Escaban. Hope it's going well. Spiffing Brit is cool, but his Discord is boring. I've never been on his Discord. Yeah, no, Spiffing Brit likes to break games by coming up with exploit and all that kind of stuff. Whereas Let's Game It Out, yeah, he will pop in, and sometimes he definitely has a plan beforehand, but his is more just anarchy. Oh, it's all slow-moded? Gotcha. I could understand being that big. It can be worth slow-moding anyways, for when people pop in with some random bot to like spam crap on it. That is one way to deal with those spam bots. Is the spam bot comes in, it pops down its first message, and then has to wait a minute, then it pops down its second message or whatever the time is. But yeah, and that is always a pain point, and as a content creator, when you get big enough that you have to worry more and more about people doing those kind of things. He is for plenty. Let's see, when dealing with explosives, there's no question is what is acceptable, a question of whether or not you want it to be a problem anymore. You have to verify your email and wait like 10 minutes before it'll speak, so the bots are rare. Yeah, but that's just the nature of being a content creator who's gotten pretty big on your platform. The same thing happens here. Like I've had people who's like, oh, you know, you hate going to channels where they're followers only, or you have to phone verify or stuff like that. But it's definitely an issue you run into. I gave the AI control for it for a minute, so it could charge me money. But you do run into issues where, like, you'll have people pop in just because you're a big creator to, you know, either try and ride your coattails or whatever. Like, I'm not really in that place myself. I do apologize again about eating on stream. It's sitting here and smelling delicious, and I can't stand it. Nor is it the kind of thing. Sorry, when it comes to eating, I don't want to sit there and like shovel it all in my mouth real fast. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, sorry about that. So you download a restaurant mod, and you're gonna see how good it is. And you don't have autoloader, so you gotta pick up the pallets. So the picking up the pallets for me early game is totally fine. Like even honestly where we're at here, it wouldn't be that bad. But I have found when you get to like mid to late game, you need something. Because if you're doing any kind of production lines, the sheer number of pallets are usually thrown around. If you don't get something set up, it becomes utterly obnoxious. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of autoloader mods. It used to be it was a bunch of autoloader mods that would be specific for one thing. You'd have like one autoloader mod for logs, one autoloader mod for pallets, one autoloader mod for balers, or bales, not balers. Stuff like that. But the universal, that's the whole gimmick, is it's just like, this is just an autoloader mod. If it's something on the ground, and you want it to not be on the ground, it can probably do it. Now, sometimes you have to have the right... Well, I mean, there are certain pieces of equipment that can and can't. Yeah, this is terrible. This tractor's maintenance. We've been just doing these fields. We're already down about 30% on our maintenance, and we're not even done seeding our fields. So what are we doing with the last field? The very last field, I'm going to be seeding with wheat as well. Because what we're doing is we're taking all this wheat, we're putting in the granary, and we're turning the grains into flour, and then we're taking the flour and we're making bread. And that's been our primary income right now. And more than likely that'll continue on that path until we reach a point that, until we expand, honestly. Because that's the point where I'll be able to grow enough stuff that I will effectively outrun that granary's ability to process it. So if we either do that, or we get our next production line started. So what I think what we're ultimately going to probably do is I'm going to get the equipment upgraded, and once we get our equipment upgraded, we're going to expand the field, like we're going to buy another tile, and that's going to be for a bunch more fields and all that. Oh, what am I doing with the field behind the mill? It's already planted. That's already done. I literally just need to fertilize it. You found auto load pack and auto loader trailer. Yeah, so the one I'm using, it's something like Universal Auto Loaders, I believe the name of it. You want the new Harvester Blade. You're so bought into that. Yeah, I want the new header. Universal isn't on the PS5. Oh, I see. I didn't catch that part. I have no idea what the situation is on PS5 so far as mods and all that. Yeah. So unfortunately I can't help you there. I found generally mod situations on consoles to be a lot more frustrating than on PC. The PC will let you do just about anything you want, good, bad, or otherwise. Whereas on consoles, there's just nowhere near as many people doing the mods. Hey, Groots. How's it going? But yeah, so right now, the projects we're working on is we're trying to get these fields, we're trying to seed them and fertilize them. I have just the one smaller field way over there. Is the last one I have to seed after this one. Which what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the smaller tractor, run it over there, and have it start seeding. And meanwhile, I'll take this... No, actually, no, I won't. I keep going back and forth with that, but my goal here is to have all these seeded and fertilized this in-game day. Then we fast forward time until it is time to sell our products. Well, when I say that, I'll actually stop and have to pick up some pallets and move them around in that. But otherwise, for the most part, I'll be just rushing through the next one. Did you keep the small vineyard, or did you remove it? I don't have a small vineyard, nor have I ever had one. So I'm not sure what you're talking about right now. But yeah. Oh, the one on the map, the one like way over there, I haven't touched it. The whole thing will just be rotten. That's usually what happens when you start the map, is those two fields are just dead. But yeah, we don't own either of those tiles. Because there wasn't really a point in me purchasing those tiles, because I was going to have to, tear up the crop anyway and replant. And that requires me to have all the things to do it. So it literally doesn't save me any value so far as the equipment. I'd still need to plow the field, still need to do all the things. So I just chose a tile that gave me enough trees to get things bootstrapped, as well as we're relatively flat enough that I'd be actually able to plant some fields and all that. Let me check another thing real fast. Yeah. I forgot to do this. Switched to... Sorry about that. There's a thing I've been doing on the Discord that's wound up being really, really kind of good, is when I switch games, is to do the update, you know, on the announcement, like when the stream goes live, to like be like, hey, we're now playing a different game. Because there'll be a lot of days I'll be playing a game that just happens to not be some people's interest, which is totally fine and fair. And so they won't want to watch that, but then when I switch games, you know, maybe it is, and they'll, you know, hop in kind of thing. We've had that especially when I'll be playing a game that's kind of really off in left field. Usually like a make me play or a game I get a key for from the devs or whatever. That, you know, just doesn't resonate or whatever. And then when we do the switch and the announcement goes out, just instantly you see the numbers hop up. But if I forget to do the announcement, you know, it still usually does go up. It just is a slow trickle because people don't realize you've switched games till, you know, they end up looking for something to watch later and go, oh, Rual's playing that instead. And all that I'm talking about happens on Discord, by the way. If you ever want to keep track of what's happening on the channel, so far as like charity streams, like sponsored streams, like when I'm going to go live, if there's going to be like a day off kind of thing, or if I'm going to have a bonus day, or any other things going on the channel, I always will announce it on Discord. Sometimes I will or won't announce it on like social media of our times. And I'll mention it on stream, but you know, people pop in and out different times, so you can very easily miss it because it just doesn't happen to get mentioned while you're in. Kara saying you're burned out on RimWorld? I was starting, like, me the player being burned out, not as much, but I was starting to observe more and more the length of time a regular would be watching this stream was getting shorter on RimWorld, as well as the number of people total tuning in for RimWorld was getting down. So that was kind of a strong indicator. It's like, all right, you know, I've been playing a lot of RimWorld lately. Like, people are pretty over RimWorld. Which makes sense. Just about almost every other person in the circle of channels that, you know, we tend to raid back and forth and all that, a whole lot of them have all been playing RimWorld since a little bit before the hot potato and sense. So it doesn't super surprise me that some people are a little RimWorld out. That is kind of expected behavior. Because of Classic, it doesn't matter which channel you're in. Like, you know, you watch enough of something. So it could go either way. There's some people that they'll have the game they watch, and they will watch it for years. Even when they stop playing, they will watch it. And like Path of Exile was a big one for me in that area. I would have Path of Exile stuff going on in the background like all the time, even when I was like pretty burnt out in the season and all that. Next week, you got to go back to work? Yeah, it happens. But yeah, no, I get that. Like, I'm not at the point of burnt out, because, like, for me, playing RimWorld and watching RimWorld are very, very different experiences. And because I stream for the hours that I stream, like, I get a little bit of RimWorld before stream and a little bit after stream.
What's the worst that could happen?
And all that. So I'm fortunate that I don't get to binge it nearly as much as a lot of people. And then of those creators I usually watch, and a lot of them do play RimWorld regularly, it's not that they always play RimWorld. So it's kind of one of those ones. Like, FG is someone I tune into a lot after stream. And there's some days that FG plays RimWorld, and there's some days that FG doesn't. Same with, like, Wojess and Alanarama. Drongo was playing RimWorld yesterday, but actually, Drongo's not been playing a lot of RimWorld lately. But, that's all been really good. Like, you know, it ends up being that my actual consumption experience ends up being a mix of content as opposed to more RimWorld. All right, so let's go ahead and top this off. We're going to grab the 100 horsepower tractor and tell it to start doing the last field. That way I can go back and start doing the fertilizer in the first 3 fields. I'll probably catch this one before it's done, just because of how much slower the seeding process is compared to the rest. Alright, so seeder itself actually got decent amount of wear. That's good to know. That said, I'm not as worried about the seeder having wear on it. We're literally saving up to get rid of it. So, it's already on the short list. Whereas the tractor, I would love to swap it out. It's a major buy to do that. Alright, so we've got you set. Alright, and I'll get those stretches and all that. We can do that here in just a minute. Let me just go ahead and grab the fertilizer thing and double check to make sure these fields are only fertilized once. I'm pretty sure they were. I'm pretty sure every one of the fields was fertilized one time. Yeah, so it's fertilized once. I can tell by the fact that, you know, it says it needs fertilizer. Oh, it also says it needs lime. Well, that's a bummer. It's too late for that. I'll have to do that the next time. I also need to, aside of everything else, I also need to get the rollers. Alright, so that's going to hurt us a bit. That's a bummer. It's too late to fix that. We've already got everything planted. We're already doing our 2 rounds of fertilizer. The lime will have to wait for a future go. All right. I should probably just assume all 4 fields need lime, because they almost certainly do. But that'll be another process. So after we do our next harvest, we plow, we lime, we fertilize, we seed, we fertilize again. I'm going a little too wide. You know, and then once I've done all that, it's wait to harvest again. And while I'd love to get the roller, I don't. That's 50,000, and I'd rather spend 100,000 on the bigger header for my harvester, and then the 200,000 or thereabouts for the better seeder, then the next tile, and then after all of that, maybe we get the roller. And for those who missed the other stream where I was like, oh yeah, we still want to get the warehouse, it was brought to my attention that the way I thought the warehouse works is a mod, not the way the warehouses actually work. So it's basically just gives me an organized place I can dump my pallets, but I still have to manually do it all. So I'm like, all right, well, at that point, I'm just going to go with what I'm doing now, which is I grab the pallets out of the outtake of a building, and I just move it and just dump it down. Elevation? No, I read. If I missed a comment earlier, I do apologize. I do have a lot of chat going on. Elevation was basically asking if I read over on TikTok. Now, if you do have a minor delay when I respond to you on TikTok especially, I do have a tool I'm using to combine chat between TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. And I have noticed it does have a couple seconds it's delayed, which isn't super surprising. But I use it for all the other platforms, mostly just because there's too many chats to keep up with. I'll just miss people if I don't. But yeah, I know it's easy for me to fall behind and miss stuff. Did I miss an earlier comment on TikTok? I don't see one. That's weird. So, the initial comment was, does he not read? Checks out. Sounds like TikTok. That's been my experience with TikTok. Oh, you know what I bet? This is something I hadn't considered. With where we've got all these different chats and all that. Let's see. Oh, you sent me a galaxy? That's the thing. Well, thank you for the galaxy. I do apologize. Yeah, no, I was just saying I'm trying this new tool that's supposed to combine chats, and it didn't let me know that, so I'm not gonna be able to use this tool because I've had a few things like that. It's not done. So yeah, so my apologies for that. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate that. Am I using Restream? No, I'm using a oh, what's the name of this program? It's another one that got recommended to me that I don't have to like send my feed and all that kinds of stuff to it. It's like caffeinated something or other. It's basically, it's a thing that you could set up like a stream bot and all that supports the different platforms. Yeah, it's a stream bot, but like it's like caffeinated something or other. I can pull up. It's Caster Labs caffeinated, but it does include a bot and everything. I'm finding it's got too many shortcomings. I like the idea of it, but like when people do a stream streak on Twitch, it doesn't show. It doesn't show the support we're getting on TikTok and all that. It supports the chat, but not the alerts. That's what it's seeming like. But that's going to be a deal breaker for all that. There's enough things it doesn't do, and then it's got that delay, which I only noticed a delay earlier today. This is the second or third day I've been trying it. So it's good, but it's not great. Like, it's probably good enough for a lot of people's purposes, but yeah. Elevation saying they used to use Restream on Twitch and TikTok, had the same issue with Restream. Yeah, no, it's a lot of times they have the APIs, which for those who don't know software dev and all that, the API is the thing in the back end that you have your software point at that says, you know, when like someone follows, it'll pop up thing on the API, and that's what the thing goes, oh, I'm supposed to play an alert. More than likely, like the stream streak is a very new thing on Twitch. I would fully understand it not being on the API yet where you could grab it, or tools just not being up to date to grab it. Because it's still like beta phase thing. And right now with tools being able to support all the platforms as something they need to consider, because for people who were only Twitch streamers now being on all the platforms, they're scrambling and trying to play catch up. We're gonna miss some here and I won't be able to see it. I don't like having to do the fertilizer at night, but it is what it is. But there's that. And like very genuinely, even for that, like live streaming on TikTok, so far as like the type of content you do alerts and all that, is still relatively new, relatively getting built up. Like there's people who have established themselves, certainly. But if we're talking about like live streaming on YouTube and Twitch and such, TikTok is definitely the new kid on the block for long form stream. Like that's the reason they have all sorts of weird algorithm decisions. Like if you start a stream on TikTok, you'll see your numbers kind of fluctuate all over the place. But if it's something that people don't end up sticking around for, it's genuinely in your best interest to occasionally like stop and restart your stream if like no one's really tuned in, because the algorithm has a whole thing where it kind of punishes you for having a stream that's not got a viewership to it. Which you get why they do that. They're like, oh, if people aren't hanging around, it's probably no good. But it is just a weird consequence of that design that even by their own guidance, they're like, yeah, you know, periodically stop and start your stream if, you know, if people aren't hanging out. Because their algorithm was just not designed with that in mind. They'll figure it out. Let's see. If you have an issue with triggers, you would suggest StreamerBot. So it's not the triggers, to be clear, Fulminator, that like I have a bot that actually works extremely well. It's I want to be able to have chat between TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch in one place. Because what I have been doing is I've had like Twitch up here, YouTube over there, and then TikTok over here. And it becomes a problem where, because like I have most of my conversations are happening on Twitch because that's where most of my viewership is, that I will fail to notice a comment on TikTok or YouTube, and it's not a deliberate, like, me ignoring them. It's just, I'm not as used to looking there for it. And so it's been an issue where I will miss comments and all that. So I'm trying to combine it. That way it's more knows. Yeah, no, that's a thing. What we were talking about, me and we have Elevation over on TikTok are talking about, is there are several programs, but all of them seem to have kind of the same misses. That there is just, they do good with like just general chat, but there's a lot of like alerts and all sorts of nonsense that, you know, are important for those platforms that are getting missed. Meanwhile, we're going to get the AI doing this, and I'm going to take 2 seconds to grab the actual chats from the different platforms and put them back like it was doing. Because I absolutely missed where we had, on TikTok, we had someone who threw some love and support over there. And just totally missed it, because it was one of the things that it missed. So I want to make sure I get all that. So let's go ahead, and there's YouTube chat. So I think I've established that is a program I can't use right now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Meet over here? Well, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, and this is where my primary audience is. Obviously I'm trying to establish myself in as many of the platforms as possible and yada, yada, yada. I do enjoy Farming Sim. Farming Sim is excellent. Obviously if it's, for some people it's not the right choice game for them, it's just not their thing. But I very much enjoy Farming Sim. It's if you played American Truck Simulator or one of those kind of games, that it is a very kind of chillax game to play. That you kind of get to go through. Some of the things that are really, really nice about Farming Sim, for me personally, is just where you can physically see the progress. Like, there's a lot of games that you're like, okay, I have made considerable progress, but it's not as visible. Versus, like, when you're doing, especially, like, No Man's Land, that kind of thing. That you can just kind of look where you had just grass fields, you get to, like, slowly see it build out. And then, kind of look at it later. That's excellent. 2,000 hours? Yeah, I'm nowhere near 2,000 hours. I'm probably 200 hours, I'd guess, maybe? Probably around that ballpark. So, relatively new to the game. But I enjoy it heavily. And so when I can, when my community's down for it, I like popping in. Which, it's been for almost the entire holidays that community's been pretty solid about. I think a big part of it as well is, there's been a lot more networking with other simulation content creators lately. Just by the fact I've been playing and all that. So, expanded the audience to include a wider range of games, which is good when you're a variety streamer. That said, I don't like having to work in the dark, but that's because I'm doing the Survivor Man challenge, kind of my own extreme version of it, where we started with the $0 and a chainsaw and a dream, and been just making it work from there. So, while I'm definitely profitable in a pretty good way now, I'm still dealing with real budget tools until I get the money to get better ones. This poor tractor needs to be taken out to pasture. Like, it's a good tractor. It's just, it's almost 10 years old. So, the maintenance is getting pretty rough on it. Where I'm at about half maintenance now, that's just seeding my fields. That's it. Just seeding the fields, no other projects. Just seeding. Well, I take that back. I did a little bit of fertilizing, which is basically nothing. It's just in-game today seeding the fields. It needs to be retired, but I have higher priorities than retiring it. So, we get to live with it for a while. Hey, Chad Guru. I'm enjoying Farm Simulator. What would you like to explore in the game? So, I enjoy the game a great deal. What would I like to explore in the game? Honestly, right now I'm enjoying kind of going to be expanding on the production lines more than I have in the past. A lot of the challenge runs I do ultimately mean I do a lot of the earlier game stuff more than other things. I'm also, keeping people's interest and all that. But mostly the production lines, going to see that through. I'll probably do some of the crops I haven't grown yet, even though most of the crops I haven't grown yet are ones that are pretty unliked by the community. Like grapes, for example, is one I haven't done. I've seen it. It looks terrible. But I do know there's a lot of people who don't like the way the grapes work and all that they end up being too directly laborious. As far as like new content I'd love to see in the game, I mean, obviously I'd like to see them continue to add more and interesting crops and all that. I would like to see like tree produce, so like nuts, citrus, apples, pears, those kind of things. I think that would be fun. Like, and those could be fun as well for this fact that most of them, the way they work in real life, is you plant them and you don't get anything back from them on a real level for years. Like you put like a cashew tree down, you're not getting anything for that tree worth mentioning for like 5, 6, 7 years. And then the tree's like really good, you know, paying the bills in a big way to like 15 years. And then it's like how much it produces starts dropping off, so you cut it down, you replace it. I don't know if that's cashew specifically, but a lot of the trees will have that kind of thing. Am I in console or PC? I am on PC. I've generally been a PC gamer since like middle school. Like before that, I did lots and lots of console gaming as well. But ultimately, I decided I enjoyed PC more. Like apple trees, you wait 20 years and they might be good. I have no idea with some of those trees. I do believe with stuff like apples and those, you still get at least a little bit of product earlier on. Like that's the way citrus works. The citrus, you know, your first year you get a little bit. Like we're talking really, really not much. You know, maybe a dozen oranges for like a full tree or whatever. And it's not until you get, you know, yeah, like 8, 10, 12 years that you start properly getting it producing. Then there's stuff like grapefruit, which take forever to get going, and then you wish they would stop because they produce so much. Like grapefruit are ridiculous in how much they produce per year. A lot of people have made mistakes down here of getting like grapefruit or Oto Blanco, which is very similar to a grapefruit, or one of those ones. They'd be like, I love grapefruit, I'll grow a tree. And then they go, how many grapefruit do you get here? Oh, a good 800 or 900 pounds of grapefruit in a year from my tree. What do you do with it? I let it fall on the ground and rot. It's the only thing I can. It's 800 or 900 pounds of grapefruit that you planted 10 years ago. You're kind of over dealing with it by now. If you're looking for fruit trees, there's the Dragon's Den production pack mod they've been exploring. Yeah, I tend to be very, very, very light on my modding. Like, literally, the one and only mod I'm running for this entire run is the Universal Autoloader, and that's not even for early game. And that's mostly just because mid to late game Farm Sim 22, if you're doing the production lines and you don't have it, congratulations, you're not playing Farm Sim anymore, you're playing Forklift Sim. It gets pretty obnoxious pretty fast. Like, even if you get like the best forklift without an autoloader mod of some kind, it's a whole thing. You'd have to like lengthen your days incredibly. I didn't put the cedar down. You know, lengthen your days a bunch just to get them done, and then repeat it the next day. But yeah, no, for like, if like I obviously don't know what they're doing next, though. For full transparency, I do get to find out what they're doing immediately in the future before everyone else does. I do have an affiliate thing with Farming Sim. That said, I've never pushed it. And to be clear, what I'm talking about is I have on the Discord, you can use a code, and I believe it gives you a very minor discount for Farming Sim to buy it on their website, which does not go through Steam. which is the reason I don't push it. Is I actually don't like their setup for installing the games on their website personally, so I'm not gonna push it. It's more if people are gonna buy it on the website because they don't like Steam or whatever. It's just what they want to do, or it's just a good deal over there. The code's available for anyone who wants it, but I don't think anyone's used it. I don't push it. I'm bad about those things. But with that, they do say like, hey, you know, like before premium cans, like, okay, you know, don't tell anyone yet. You know, you got the premium version coming. It should be dropping on this date. It includes these things, yada yada yada. Now, obviously, that's out already, so I don't have to worry about it. What truck did you buy for the run at the start? Oh, the truck I gave myself to start. It was the 1984, whatever it's called. It's one of the DLC trucks. It's like the 1984 one. Because even though it's not the cheapest truck, to me, it's like, it looks like an old style truck, so it felt thematically good. And since I gave myself the rule I couldn't sell it, it doesn't matter that it costs more. It's like Lizard 1984 or something. It's whether they're not real brands, like a fictitious brand. At least I'm pretty sure it's fictitious. Let's see. It goes, then you have blackberries that you cannot get rid of them. You need to stop them from spreading because they spread faster than you can stop it from spreading. Oh yeah. No, there's a lot of places. There's like a lot of places that blackberries are just a big problem with how ridiculously invasive they get. That's a whole thing. That was to give you an idea of how different situations are. Through pretty much all of college, I was playing disc golf. Like I actually ran the disc golf team at the university I went to, which I won't say which one or anything like that, because don't dox yourself. But I actually ran the disc golf team there. Well, club. It wasn't really a team, but club. And in Florida, generally, they're like, do not trample the plants. Do not hurt the plants. Leave the plants alone. Like, you can play disc golf, but like be gentle on our environment. And that's just kind of the thing. Like if you're through like mucking about trampling the plants, people get mad at you because you're screwing it up. You know, a lot of those plants don't grow particularly fast. It's a whole big thing. And a lot of those are where native plants are, and so we especially don't want you doing that. But then you go out west to like Washington or Oregon, where they've got blackberries that are just super invasive and causing problems. And it's almost the opposite. Like, oh, just you want to go trample some blackberries? Hell yeah, wreck those things. Have at it. You lose your dick in there. You lose your disc. Wow, that's a different word. Lose your disc in there. That's a real different word. Yeah, you want a machete? We'll provide a machete. Not literally. They're obviously not going to do that. But they're like, no, you want to thrash these plants? Please, you're doing us a favor. But, you know, Florida trying to protect our native plants and all that. They're like, yeah, you know, don't wreck our plants, please. Alright, so we've got our fertilizer. We have the one last field here, and then we are done with this in-game day. And we will be solid for when it comes time to sell our bread. And hopefully, by the time we get harvest, we'll have enough money that instead of doing this, we will be, well, I mean, we'll do this part still. Hopefully, instead of the next harvest, it taking so ridiculously long, we'll have the brand new header for our harvester that will literally be more than 3 times as wide. I think it's, yeah, it's something like 3 times as wide for the harvester header, and then for the seeder, the one we're looking at, is 5 times as wide, and our tractor can handle those. Because we got lucky and got a really powerful tractor on a pretty good price. I can't see at all what I'm doing. We're just going with and hoping for the best. But yeah, because that'll cut how long it takes me to harvest down by about down by about 60%. But I could do that and get the seeder. The speed we're gonna get through these fields is going to be way better. And for those that didn't catch the rules that I have for the run, so I start with $0 and a chainsaw, but on top of that, I'm not allowed to lease anything, and I'm not allowed to take loans. That the only money I get is the money I make. I can't, no shortcuts. Alright, so I will need to repair all these and all that. We're going to deal with that, not right this second. It's dark, I just don't want to deal with driving around in the dark where I can't see. Yeah, so this is the truck I have, is the 1984 Lizard pickup truck. Alright, so that should be all of our fields have now been fertilized, they've been seeded, they've had all those things taken care of, so we're all good there. So that's awesome. I need to rearrange some of my windows on my desktop real fast, that's fine. Alright, so they're all happy in green fields. So, we sell, I believe it was in December, no, it was January and February, right? Let's double check this. So we're looking at our flour. Any extra flour we have, we sell in January. Bread, we sell at the beginning of January because it starts up here and it drops, versus in December it starts down there and goes up here. So it'd be the end of day December is the best price, beginning of the day of January is the best price. And then we've got these, which it's February. Okay, so there we go. So it is January for the flour and the bread, and then it is February for all the stuff from our words are hard. January for our for flour and bread, February for all the stuff from the greenhouses. Those are the words I'm looking for. Meanwhile, you know what? We could actually. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to take multiple trips. I could do this in one. You know, like I was gonna have to do a whole bunch of trips. We could do this in 2 trips. Because I need to repair the seeder, the fertilizer, and both tractors, which is gonna cost a couple $1,000. But I can take this tractor, get it patched up, gassed up, get the seeder fixed up, and that'll be good. Then I can grab the other tractor, patch it up, and the fertilizer, or the fertilizer cart, whatever you want to call it. But what the hope is, I can buy the better header for our harvester and get that knocked out. I'm a little worried about these repair costs of our tractor starting to eat harder and harder and harder into our profit margins, but we'll see. Alright, sorry about that. But yeah, because, like that tractor, the amount of work I did yesterday in game, beforehand was costing us somewhere in the area, probably like $1,000 worth of maintenance. But it's been getting up to like 4 and 5. We'll see how high it is on this one, but it's been climbing fast. I do believe there is a max it gets to, or it tops out, where, you know, it's like just, it's old. I don't know what that is. And it might even be one of those things that what ends up happening in the short term is we effectively downgrade that tractor. Like, we get our header, we get our planter. If it's going to take me too long to save up, I might just get another planter that does, or another tractor that does satisfy my needs. Even if it's not as good. Alright. Yeah, and this will be a thing that gets better over time. As we expand our farm and increase our margins, stuff like that becomes less and less of a problem. The truck is 40 years old. It's older than I am. And we went out of our way. Wait, that truck isn't 40 years old. 1980. No, actually it is. Oh, that hurts. Yup. That 4.0 is coming fast. Not for the truck necessarily, but it is for the streamer. Not excited about that even in the slightest. It is what it is. Yeah, welcome to 2024. That's pretty much how I was. Like, it's not 40 years old. And it's like, oh, wait, never mind. The math does check out. The math do check out. I'm regretting the fact that the math checks out, but it do be what it do be. Oh, well, that is just the way time works. It just keeps marching on. All right, so we got this tractor all patched up. We got the seeder all patched up. So drop that off. We don't need that tractor right now. I'm not looking forward to this expense. It's gonna be a lot, and it's gonna be deeply upsetting. What do we think, chat? How much do you think this is gonna cost us to repair the tractor? Specifically the tractor, the fertilizer thing's gonna be like next to nothing. I know what I've got in my head. And I don't like what I've got in my head so far as how much this thing's gonna cost to fix up from basically 50%. It's just like a hair above 50%. I'm gonna go with it's gonna be just under $5,000, like 4,600 to 4,800 is where I think this is gonna cost me, and I'm not excited about it. All right, tractor, how much you gonna hurt? Okay, so the fertilizer, fortunately, is $69 to repair, which is pretty nice. The New Holland, oh, only 3,600. I'm off by a full 1,000. So that still sucks, but way less awful than I was thinking it was gonna be. That's still eating pretty hard into our profit margins. Having one phase of the work I need to do cost me effectively $4,000. And that means just the seeding and the fertilizer for those fields was about $4,000 worth of maintenance, $3,000 or $4,000 worth of fertilizer, and $2,000-$3,000 worth of seeds. That is pain. That is pain right there. And I'm gonna have to get lime. I can't remember if I have lime sitting around. I think I might be fortunate. I think those 8 boxes right there might be lime. If they are, that won't be enough to do all of the fields, but it'll get us a pretty good distance. All right, so you're good here. Let's get the bread stacked up again so that the bakery doesn't stop running. Okay. All right. Then go ahead and pick up the bread here. And I'm gonna sit it back on the ground so it's just nice and organized. Challenge has begun. Yup. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all lime here. Can't remember if this auto stacks or not. It does. I want to get it to not be a big mess. Yeah, so the good news is this is all lime. I don't know why I can't pick up that last one, but I can live with that. I'm mostly just trying to have it not out on the road. Excuse me? Would you kindly? I'm trying to deliberately knock it off. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, challenge has begun. $0, a shack, a piece of land, a truck, and a chainsaw. Yep, that's basically the way we started. Our shack was a burnt out bus. But whether you made it like an actual farmhouse, a burnt out bus, the little shack or the trailer or whatever, all of them will have the same thing. They just let you fast forward time. They don't give you any other bonuses or whatever. There, so let's put that lime together with the rest of the lime. Alright, so that'll be fine. The good news, I do already mostly have all the lime I'm going to need to get a lot of this done. I'll probably have to get more. But that's fine. And how much is in there? 9 more pallets worth. Alright. Okay, wait for it. You can do it. There you go. I know I'll have one left here, but that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure we top off the bakery. Keep it rolling. Sooner or later, I'm going to finally hit a point where the bakery is full. We haven't been able to make that happen so far. How close are you to showing as full? Not just barely over half. And that's already running low on wheat. Alright. And let's go... Let's check. How is our... Yeah, so our greenhouses are fine. I have nothing to worry about there. So I can get rid of that tractor. But I do need to top off these buildings. We can go ahead and do that. They're just refilling the water here real fast. To make sure our greenhouses keep doing their thing. We've also got, you can notice over there, we got stacks of stuff from the greenhouses as well. Alright, so first greenhouse is full. And then what we can do is we just basically advance to December. We'll check on our bread again. You know, check on the flour and the bread, make sure those don't back up. And then that'll take us to January, and that's when we sell our bread. Which will hopefully make us some serious cash. That said, I'm burning way more cash than I anticipated. One thing that'd be a worthwhile investment for us would be getting a much larger water container so that I could go up to where the water's way cheaper. Because I feel like that one's reasonably fair if I have to commute the whole way to get the water. Versus filling these things up entirely from those like reservoirs there. You can tell by the fact that it cost us $1,200 to top that off. Is pretty rough. And this mod map does have one that has free water we could use, and we were actually using it earlier on, but it's like, nah, that's... Being able to have like free water right next to you feels pretty overpowered. And before I was like, why don't you take it to the lake? For whatever reason, the lake in this one, you cannot fill up. I even went on a test. I went and I dug the lake deeper so I could fully submerge the water tank, and it still wouldn't let me fill up with that. It's just saying any suggestions for the start? Yeah, if you're doing the Survivor Man challenge, you're going to end up cutting up trees, putting the logs in your truck, and driving those out to get money. So you're going to want to make sure the tile you get has a decent number of trees on it, because that's basically going to be how much money you get to start with. Once you go from there, you got to figure out like that amount of money, what can you actually do with it? If you're sitting in the area of like $30,000 or so, that's perfect for setting up greenhouses. If you wanted to get into stuff like grass, you're going to be closer to $90,000 to get everything you need to be able to, you know, mow the grass, collect the grass, and sell the grass, like, you know, get the grass back to where you're at. You can get a little bit cheaper than that, but you're talking somewhere in the 90,000 range. If you want to actually do crops, the vegetables, you can technically put vegetables in the ground at about $90,000 for the equipment. They will do really badly because that's not counting fertilizer and lime or any of those other things. More realistically, if you're looking at doing like the vegetables or like proper crops, you're going to need to get up somewhere in the area of like $130,000, $150,000 before you have what you need to do that. So it is kind of gauging what you're going on. I'll also tell you, bees are terrible. Don't use bees as your income. They can be a fun thing to add as an additional thing, but in this game, bees take themselves like 100 months just to pay themselves off. It takes forever. So just keep that in mind. All right. So it's time to advance the day. How do you sell wood? So if you remember where I've been taking the crops, where you go up to, I could probably show it real fast. I'll take my truck and we'll go check it out. Yeah, so to everything you sell in this modded map, you go to the same place. There's a pad up here by the mower shop that all of your goods get sold at. But the wood does have a slightly different process, and I'll just show you where you go. Yeah, so if you're doing this modded map, everything you take, you're going to drive right on up here. You'll want to get your goods over this pad. So for like, if I had a load of wood, that's fine. Now to sell the wood, I would go over here, and I'd hit, I believe it's R for people on QWERTY keyboards, and it would sell whatever's above the pad. If it's other kind of crops, then, you know, you'd take like the back of it and you dump it out. Pallets automatically will just kind of drain into it or whatever. But you get the idea. There might be other goods that have the same type of process as the wood does. I'm not 100% on that, but I do know wood has that setup. But yeah, so you want to clear out a bunch of trees to make your initial money. Which is where it comes from. Alright, so we're going to take our truck back here real fast. I left the headlights on. There we go. Alright, how are we doing on a bunch of these? You're fine on the bread right now. You're fine here. Nah. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to move the bread, we're going to move the wheat, or the flour. The greenhouses are fine just the way they are. Okay. Because I don't want any of these buildings to shut down because there's nowhere to store stuff. Plus, I'm also kind of low-key hoping that we can actually fill up the bakery. Because if I get to the point that the bakery is full... 7 more. If we get to the point that the bakery is just full, then in the future when we hit the date to sell flour and bread, then I'll just take whatever surplus flour we have sitting around and we can just sell that. But considering I'm putting 14,000 flour into this thing a day and it's only using about, 2,100 flour a day, I should catch up to it. I'm honestly just more impressed by how ridiculous much flour this building can store. The fact that the building can store, what looks like 60,000 liters worth of flour in it. And with that, that's this in-game done. This in-game day finished. And it was January we're selling, so we've got December. I shouldn't have to worry about emptying out the buildings, but we'll double check. If I do, it'll be basically just the flour or the bread. So checking. Yeah, bread is fine. You're fine. These are all fine. They're only now starting to hold pallets. All right, and it is sell time for the bread is the big one. If we do have more flour than I could fit in the building, then we will sell the flour as well. And then the next in-game day would be when we sell all of our stuff from the greenhouses. So let's see how much money we end up making. Let's hope for a really good payday, chat. Because I keep getting worried that effectively we've got, as far as material wealth, we actually have a lot, but it's basically just in storage inside the bakery. Yeah, so you got two more pallets popping out. So we've got just 2 pallets shy of a full trailer worth of bread. So almost twice as much as we had the last time. So we got 26,000 liters of bread. That has been nice and just sitting out, being rained on, snowed on, in the sun, out in this, area. For anywhere from, fresh out of the oven today till basically 12 months ago. It's perfect. It's just bread with extra texture. And medicinal. Alright, I want to see like 80,000. 80,000 or more, come on. It's probably actually closer to 60,000, but I want to see 80,000. $45,000. That's not even remotely what I wanted to see. I mean, it's good money. It really is. But... so, the amount of flour we have in the building when it becomes bread is going to be over 100,000. The problem is, it's just inside the building. You have 80K in the bank. Right, but the thing I want is 100,000. To be fair, that actually works out, because tomorrow we sell all of the stuff in the greenhouse, and we didn't dip into that at all this year. That ends up being like 20 or so thousand as well. So it's not really all that bad. I should still be able to get the header. Alright, so you got 12 more containers. Come on. You see we're no longer living in the bus? Oh no, we're still definitely living in the bus. These are businesses here. They're not zoned correctly for me to sleep in them. Yeah, considering what is a full pallet is how much flour? Or a full yeah, so a full thing on here is about 14,000 liters of flour. How much is the next liter? 200,000. But we're getting the header for our harvester first, which is about 100,000. Yeah, so considering a full trailer of this is 14,000, I have, what, like 5 full trailers worth of flour in that building? Hi.
Hi. How are your dusted Cheetos?
How my dusted Cheetos?
Mm-hmm.
They're decent.
Are they dusty?
They have a little crunch.
Husband,
Wifey.
why don't you love me
I do love you.
more? I need more love.
When I was down there earlier getting dinner for us,
Hi, Brennan's son. Yeah.
there was we had talked. It had come up. Something had brought up. Oh, it was someone who had popped in who was playing Coral Island,
Okay.
and you know we had like just been talking. They're like, oh yeah, Raj is great. It's like, oh yeah, Tube was like, Raj is hot, and that clip came up while I was down there doing that. People, it's like, it's the Raj clip.
Raj is hot.
Yeah, Raj is hot.
Hi,
It's just a
Cookie and
statement of
Cookie.
fact.
Yeah, that's just fact.
It's not opinion, it's fact. By any metric, Raj is hot. It is what it is. What's up?
It was not Suki.
It was Natsuki.
But hubby,
Mm-hmm.
you're hotter than Raj.
Let's not lie on the internet. That's dangerous.
No, you're the hottest hot to ever hot in the history of hot.
No. I'm also noticing I have like one more pallet on here than I'd be able to do for like both the greenhouses.
Hi, the very last Larkin.
Good.
Okay, now nobody is hotter than Raj.
Like, look, Raj knows where Raj stands.
Yay, Raj.
That was I think you had already walked away at the point.
Okay.
But I was like, you know, it's like, it's true. Raj is hot. And he goes, and Raj knows, it's like, I am dapper. You know Raj is like that. Raj's like, you know who's dapper? This guy. He's definitely the one who wakes up in the morning, looks at the mirror and goes,
I could see Raj doing that.
oh yeah. Hey, I mean, when you got it.
Mm-hmm. Have you built any more of that today?
A little bit.
A little bit. Yeah, I didn't put these blue things on it when I went to bed last night.
Yep, no, the blue things are new.
Ooh.
She's talking about the Lego kit, seeing the progress that chat has made.
Yeah.
For those who haven't seen, we are doing a thing where for every sub, no matter what kind of sub it is, or every time we get 100 biddies, we are putting one more piece. I had to turn off the engine. One more piece on a Lego kit we've got here, and slowly making that happen.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna head to beddy vibes.
I figured it was you were getting ready to head to bed.
Yeah.
But you sleep well and all that.
Okay. You have fun building your model of the Taj Mahal.
Ah, yes. The model of the Taj Mahal. Excellent.
I'm just gonna keep saying wrong thing.
Oh no, I embrace this chaos.
Very last sardine.
This is the correct kind of chaos in our lives. All right, so let's go get ourselves probably another 20 or so thousand from all of these like lettuce and tomatoes and strawberries. Yeah, no, it's just the White House. It's a huge misdirection. We're actually building. I have no idea what the helicopter that they use with the White House sometimes is. I'll just call it Helicopter 1. I don't know. Yeah, it's just we're building the helicopter for the White House. It's the White House is the kit, but we're building the helicopter first. Nah, it's not that. People will figure it out in time. Alright, so now let's go and cash. No! It wouldn't be a day in the game if I didn't do this. So, disconnect here. And we can just stand it up. In case you're wondering if I've done this enough times, I instinctively know how to roll a tractor right back onto its wheels without assistance of other equipment. That's how many times we've done it. And if I hook it back up, the tractor is deemed as weighing more or something. I don't know. The physics work. Don't question it. Taking the corner with a little bit too much gusto. It's fine. All of our strawberries and tomatoes and lettuce are definitely not damaged or bruised doing that. Oh, yeah. Marine 1 is the president's helicopter. I remember that. I was like, I know it has a name. I just could not remember for the life of it what it is. Yes. Money. Give me money. Because we should have somewhere in the area of like 4 entire trailers worth of produce to drop off here. And weirdly, the tomatoes take significantly longer to unload than any of them. I don't know why. Like, I would assume, in reality, the strawberries would be the most fragile of them. But don't know. Your giant data dump of useless fact and trivia? A lot of people are. A lot of people have a bunch of random knowledge and a bunch of random things, which can be a lot of fun. You can learn a lot of interesting stuff that way. What trailer mod is that? The one where you can't have multiple products? What trailer mod is that? The one you have, you can't have multiple products. Oh, so this is the Universal Auto Loader mod. If you do !mark mods, it'll give you the exact name. It is literally the only mod other than the map I'm running. Just because it do get real obnoxious later. If you are on console, I don't know if it is available on console. I hope it is. But there is, there was some question about whether or not it's available on console versus PC. You're on console? Well, there is other autoloader mods, but yeah. Nah, it's just it is one of the unfortunate realities is quite often when you're playing games on console when it comes to modding, the options for mods tend to be far more limited. It is one of the downsides. Yeah, so it actually looks like we only have about 3 full things. What's your settings for like driving and such? Default? I haven't particularly customized any settings related to those things. All right. Yeah, so it looks like we get a little bit over 3 full trailers. I thought it must have been the last year that we had one we didn't quite get sold or whatever. That we got 4, but 3 is still pretty good. 3 should still give us like 2,100 and some change. The trailer looks like it can carry a 3rd layer. It does, but it doesn't automatically stack it. If you don't use the mod, the autoloader mod, you can take a forklift and if you can stack them like 4 high, as much as you can fit on top of it, it'll carry. You know, you just have to make sure your tractor is up for the amount it's trying to pull behind it. And then also, it makes it more and more and more top heavy, so cornering becomes more and more of a thing you gotta be careful about. Alright. The good news, chat, is we're almost certainly going to be able to make that bet. We're definitely going to be able to make the better header happen for a harvester. And one of the reasons I definitely know we can is I'm going to sell the one we have. Why would I keep it? So we'll sell the header for our harvester once we buy the new one, to be clear. Buy the new one first, then sell the old one. That should give us enough for what fertilizer and that we need, and seeds and all that we need, and whatnot. If I have to like dip in and sell some stuff from the greenhouse early or whatever to make ends meet, that's fine. We've been doing that a bunch. I also suspect pretty soon we're going to get to the point that we are ahead of the bakery on flour. That in January, you know, we'll top off the bakery and then we'll just sell all the flour we have extra, all the surplus, and that'll be a nice boost to our payday. Because right now it's just pretty much the bakery is just a giant buffer of our flour. But I'm not too worried about trying to max out this trailer. Like, we're still using this because we've had it for so long. But eventually I will get a semi that we can load stuff. Is the year 2 DLC worth it? So the first thing I will say is worth it is subjective. And the second thing I'll say is... No, actually, I did buy it. I take that back. I did buy the year 1 and year 2 season pass, and I do not regret it. I was going to say I was given a key, and it's like, well, yes, I did actually buy it as well. It's complicated. But I did purchase it, and I have not regretted the purchase for what it's worth. Now, again, worth it is very subjective. Money has different value to different people, all that kind of stuff. What do you really get? Oh man, remembering what is the first year and the second year. I know the carrots, parsnip, and was it sugar beets? I want to say those were... I think I'm wrong in the sugar beets. One of the kinds of beets is the second year. The canning factory is the second year. Actually, we could probably look at this real fast and figure it out. If I go over here, we could go to... So the vegetable technology, that's the premium expansion. That's part of the second year. Was the forestry... No, it's platinum. Platinum was the first year. No, wait. That's not right. So premium expansion is the vegetables. Platinum would be last year. So trying to remember which is which. Because they'll say what expansion pack they're part of. It's the platinum ones we're looking for. Oh, I'm also looking here. I also need to be considering that. I know there's more, because the second year I don't think is done yet. Yeah, so we've got a bunch of new semis. We've got different harvesters. Oh, did they get the drillers? Was the drillers new? The drillers might have been the new ones. Yeah, let's check here. I'm pretty sure... Was the drillers the new one with platinum? That's not... It needs to be the cedars. No, that was premium. They got the whole list of stuff there. I'm like, that's the thing, is I got both DLC at the same time, so whether it's this one or that one, I'm having problems differentiating. They did give you a new map, and it's a pretty solid map. I really like it. It plays similar to like Elm Creek, but it's got a lot more character and charm to it and all that. You do get stuff like carrots and parsnip and all that as a new crop. I was pretty sure there was another new crop, which I'm trying to remember which one it was. You've got a bunch of new equipment and all that, but like it'll have the whole breakdown on the actual DLC. Because I keep forgetting it was the Platinum Edition, or sorry, not the Platinum Edition, the Platinum DLC. You get everything that's part of that, and then there's a handful of other DLC you get with it. Is the Year 2 Edition. And the Year 2 Edition, I do not believe is over yet, the Season Pass. I believe they've got 1 or 2 more updates maybe going in. Probably not big updates, just to be clear, but probably like a couple extra vehicles. And then I would assume we would be on to the Year 3, which is not yet a thing. I'm now curious. I'm going to look real fast. I want to make sure I'm giving accurate information. Please don't play audio. Stop scrolling. Okay, didn't play audio. Yeah, so if we were to get the Year 2 Season Pass... Where are you, Year 2 Season Pass? You're on here somewhere. There's a Year 1 Season Pass. Oh, I don't... It's collapsed. I see. So the Year 2 Season Pass... Da-da-da-da-da... Yeah, so the Year 2 Season Pass, it comes with the Gowl Pack, which is a bunch of vehicles, the Hay and Forage Pack, which is vehicles related to hay and forage, the Horse Aggravation Pack, which is a bunch more equipment, the Oxbow Pack, which is a bunch of things, and then the Premium Expansion Pack, which, the Premium Expansion Pack, if I remember correctly, is the one that gives us the carrots, the parsnip, the new map. I'm trying to find it. Where are you? And this comes with 40 new vehicles and tools. That's not the right one. I'm looking at the wrong one. I hate the naming conventions. Premium expansion. Yeah, so it comes with a new map, new brands, new machines, and new vegetables. New production change. They give you the Zelanka map. They give you root plants. They give you 35 new machines, and all that kind of stuff. So it is. I do apologize about like not being able to give you a better answer, but is the Year 2 Pass done? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be another giant DLC going to be coming with the Year 2 Pass, but you'll probably get another one that's like a package of new vehicles, that kind of stuff, is what I suspect you still got waiting for you. You hit your first 1,000? Nice, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, the is it worth it is very subjective. My stance is I would say I do not regret buying it, but you know, it can mean very different things for different people. But I would say the big things that came with it is just a range of more equipment. Like if we were to like if I go here, where's the baler? So like this baler, I believe, was part of that. There is new forager stuff. The problem is remembering where half this stuff is. Where is the other? They kind of gave more options for like the balers and all that. So you've got all of these ones here. All the blue ones are part of it. That they have different tech around that. You got a bunch of stuff around the grass production. All that is part of it as well. Some of the forager wagons are part of it. You've got random truck. That's part of it. Is it going to completely change the game in a way you've never seen before? No. Yeah, you can probably also find, like, a YouTube video that walks through each and every item. to give yourself a better idea. Alright, so that's the last of this to be sold. You know, also depends if you're catching it at full price or on sale and all that. I have no idea what the pricing stuff going on with it right now. I believe I caught it on a decent but not amazing sale. I believe during some of the Steam Winter Sale and all that, it got cheaper than when I bought it, but not substantially so. But yeah, it's not going to completely change the way you play your game. Like, the biggest difference is going to be the root vegetables, which are new to it. Because they have a little bit more nuance in how you deal with them. I will say, the root vegetables with the smallest harvester, not a great time. So just, you know, maybe try to get something other than the smallest harvester. That smallest harvester where you gotta buy a crate and all that. The season passes have all the DLC. Technically, no. They have, like, all the meaningful DLC. There is one or two things that are not part of it. Like, there is, like, the hoses and... There's, like, the hoses and whatever DLC, I believe, is not part of it. And, like, one or two of the brands of tractors or whatever are not part of it, if I remember correctly. But, like, all the stuff like additional crops, maps, all that, those are all part of the season passes. Yeah, Bro saying, I made that mistake. It was the essence of pain. Yeah, because it's like half a meter wide for the smallest harvester. And it's like, oh goodness, this is bad. Driving around doing this little sliver one at a time. They've got much bigger harvesters, but they've got a really cheap one. And it performs about what you'd expect out of a really cheap piece of equipment. Alright. Oh, actually, you could just sit here. So next up is we're gonna take our harvester here. You're better off with a shovel and a few friends. Yeah, no, the smallest harvester is pretty rough. They got some pretty elaborate ones for the vegetables, though. They have harvesters that, like, the thing is seriously like 4 or 5 times the size of this thing. That's this giant elaborate thing that puts this giant conveyor belt out the side and all sorts of shenanigans. And it doesn't need its own special header, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure that harvester comes with the header just built into it. But it's a whole thing. Just snacking a little bit because this thing's gonna take long enough to get where I need it to go that I could sneak in a couple bites of my what's a little bit left of my dinner and all that. Wife made burritos. What am I having? I am having chili that I made myself. Got a whole lot happening in that chili. Let's see, do you think there is
What's the worst that could happen?
Let's see. Do you think there will be a tier 3, or will they move on to the next game? Oh, year 3? No idea. I haven't heard anything about next game yet, but you know the money glitch? A lot of government signs on your property. Not really, but I don't use money glitches or anything like that in my games typically. So, like, It's cool that if it exists, it's cool that people know it. I'm not going to use it. All right. So we got a solid 15.2 meters. I believe that is the largest one there is. Yeah, it is. Boom. Details. There you are. Yeah, and there's also a challenge run. Okay. Just as a thing I'm going to double check because I'm paranoid is I'm going to quickly save just in case I cannot use that. I'm pretty sure I can, but I'm having that sudden, wait, what if I can only use it with the John Deere? And we're going to go find it out right now. Is your harvester strong enough? We're going to find out. Doesn't feel like it should be. It runs. It's good enough for me. All right, so now we can go here to our headers, and we can take our little dinky one here and sell that. I'm going to put that down, because I don't think I'll be able to pull in to get gas with that header attached. Should you buy a trailer to hold more wood? That's up to you. That's a strategic choice you get to make in that run. Because the pro and the con there is buying something that can hold more wood. It'll save you time, but that means there's that much money that you're using that isn't getting you something that'll make you more money. So if you spend, you know, $10,000 getting like the best trailer, like getting a good trailer, I should say, not the best, versus the truck, it'll save you a whole bunch of trips. But then that's $10,000 you can't allocate towards, you know, whatever your next moneymaker is. Yeah, I've noticed the combination doesn't usually show all of the things it's compatible for. It'll show you stuff that is like they kind of expect you to put it with. Because especially like a lot of the headers for like your tractors, they'll show you only like 3, 4, or 5 tractors, even though it's compatible with like literally, you know, 30, 40 of them. This feels a little unwieldy. I'm not gonna lie, this feels a little unwieldy with the current setup. It'll be fine when we get it down there. Headers are proprietary in real life. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. In real life versus in game. Will you be able to book the harvester out enough to unload? So I believe... Okay, so with that, what I'm going to end up doing is it's going to have to park. Realistically, with how fast this is going to fill up, I'm going to be able to just pull up to the next to it. It should be fine, though. This will still be way faster than using that tiny little thing. You can't wait for somehow to roll this on its back? Well, the beauty is I can just detach it. All right. You a while before you buy the cheapest? Yup. So obviously we're not ready to harvest yet, so we're not harvesting yet. But might as well have you sit here. And the next time we go to do a harvest, the AI is going to do it. Because as wide as that Goliath is, and as fast as this thing's going to fill up, I'm just going to be scrambling back and forth with the truck, desperately trying to keep up. Let's just go ahead and get this connected over to our trailer. Because that's going to be a whole thing. Because we'll get this in position, because we're about to hit the point where it's time to pretty much fast forward until it's harvest time. But yeah, no, this because of how long the tractor is, I won't be able to like tie this under, but it'll be fine. This thing will, fill up real fast. I'll just kind of scooch in next to it with the trailer, and that'll be fine. No contracts at off season? Oh, this map doesn't have contracts to begin with. There's just no contracts on it, because if we look at the map, there's no fields that aren't my own. It's an empty map. So you have to have things on your map for them to have contracts. Do you want to have it start harvesting on the other side? That way you can drive next to it and start without crushing crops. As wide as this thing is, I'll probably... Oh, I see what you're... Yeah, no, you're right. I was gonna say, as wide as this thing is, I would be able to fit between it and there, but then it's the driving away after I've done that. I'd have to reverse in, and yeah, I don't want to do that. So that's not a bad call. Where were we at? We could allocate time to making less trips to other... Wait, where? Oh, yeah, no, you're talking about the truck thing. The thing you gotta keep in mind with where, they're doing a challenge is until they have another form of revenue up that isn't wood, that is a very major concern. If they, for example, buy a trailer that costs too much, that they physically don't have the money to set up some other form of production, they could technically get themselves into a game over state, because if you can't get enough to get what you need to mow grass, you can't mow grass. If you can't get yourself enough to be able to, there's a stump there. To be able to grow crops, you can't grow crops, you could, like, get yourself stuck. So it is being careful to buy stuff to improve your efficiency without cornering yourself in the early game of these kinds of runs. Because sure, you can sell stuff back, but you lose a bunch of money when you do that. Alright, so those all seem fine. How are our buildings doing? On our production change, our granary is out of supplies, you're all doing fine, and the bread is doing fine. If you run out of trees before you can get another plot, you're completely screwed. Yeah, either you get another plot or you get another means of making money. Either or is fine. But one of those two of those have to be set up. Yep, nah, they're basically doing the exact same challenge we did. If you don't mind me asking, Jess, what tile did you start with? Do you play with precision farming? No. To me, a lot of the stuff in precision farming sounds more tedious than entertaining. Like, there's a certain level of realism in games that can be a lot of fun, and there's a certain level of realism in a lot of games that you're just like, I don't want to deal with it. 26. You got plot 26. I'm curious just to see what plot you got out of curiosity. Because, like, that'll also help gauge how much wood you're gonna get, which can help inform decisions about whether or not you should up your trailer. So you got 26? You got a pretty good chunk of wood on there. Yeah. So you got the one that's already got the field. It does have a big chunk of it is going to waste because of water. But you got a decent amount of wood. You probably have similar to the wood I had on this map, because I had like one big area here, and then there's another spot over here, I believe. So you have like a larger area, but it's like bisected. So you probably have a decent amount of wood up there. So you could probably get away with it. Now, is that the right call? I don't know. Because it also depends on the size of trees as well. Oh, let's check, make sure our bakery isn't backed up. Bakery is about to back up. Oh, you hate how the fields cover the numbers? Oh yeah, no, it's a thing. Man, I don't generally play with precision farming. Like, I like the idea behind it. I haven't played it actually much myself, but like the idea of like having to like really manage the minutia. I mean, if you want to take advantage of all this, you're not doing that. There we go. So I've got that all emptied out. And let's check on our other places. They're fine. And fast forward another month. Because we're between our harvests and all that, so we just gotta wait. There's also another consideration when getting a trailer. It could save you money on gas. Oh, but the gas money in this game is meaningless. Like, if you spend the whole day going back and forth, at the most you're spending like 80 bucks in gas. It likes to, Oh yeah, no, if you cut like really thin parts of the tree, it will, it'll numb that. You don't actually lose much money in that, in all honesty, though. It's nothing worth sweating over. Let's go ahead and change that to ready to harvest, not being labeled. Alright, so we've got one more month. And it is harvest time. So this should be extremely fast by comparison to what we were doing. Even if the harvester struggles a bit and doesn't go at full speed, it would be fine. It's going to overfill in the single pass. So, harvester, start your engine. Oh no. We have a problem. I can run it. I can't move while it's running. That is a big problem. So what that does mean is, unfortunately, I need to sell that immediately. The unfortunate reality is we've lost a bunch of money because I need to sell it immediately. So $20,000, we just lost $20,000. I wish this would tell you if or if not it could work. Reload to the last save. We could check, but I'm pretty sure each time we end a day, it's going to be there. But we can check. I should have checked that. I know that's a thing, and I didn't bother checking. So hopefully we didn't just screw ourselves $20,000. If we did, it's not the end of the world, but it does mean we're getting a smaller header. But that was the whole reason I saved beforehand, is like, can I run it? It's like, cool. I forgot that you can sometimes have equipment that you have enough horsepower to run. Is it? Nah, so it's still here. That's fine. But what we do get to do here is we might be able to recover a little bit more by doing it this way because it's not as old. That'd be the first day that we just bought it and brought it back. I don't know if you don't get full credit. Yeah, so we'd still lose the same. It's whatever. Alright, well that sucks. It's a thing that happens. But that does tell me, because the planter we know could get lucky and get something on sale. Yeah, this is true. It does mean I'm getting another thing that's worn in. That's still only 4.5 meters, so I don't want that. But that could be what we do, is we don't stress about it. I'll park this thing up here. We advance time, we check the sales, we advance time, we check the sales, we advance time, check the sales, that kind of thing. We're still getting an upgraded harvester header. It's just we're not getting the big one I wanted. So that is actually one of my complaints is with this game, is knowing whether or not something actually works with something can be a whole mess. The harvester should give you a weight spec in order to buy the right header. Does it? Oh, not here. Oh, we need to be in the right place. Yeah, so it says like 10.2 tons. I don't know if that's like what that's in correlation to, because we go over here. It's not 10.2 tons. 175 horsepower? Right, but the problem is the John Deere doesn't tell me how many horsepower it needs. That's the issue. On no place on here does it give me the information. Whereas with the tractors, you're good. No, it's not a tractor. The tractor, you're good. You sit there, you see the horsepower, you can go right to the header and be like, okay, this requires that much horsepower. It's stuff like that I feel like the game could definitely do a lot better with. You know, exposing that information in a way it's easy to find. Because there's a lot of times like, does this work with this? I don't know. And they do have the combination thing to be like, this is something that you know will work with that, but it's not fully covered. You think the header is half the weight of your harvester? Right. But I would still like my harvester to be like, here's the ones you can use with this. And they'll give me some they'll give me some information. So let's see here. That's still the thing. Like I can go to the harvester and go to that one, choose combinations, but it only lists the smallest two. It doesn't give me any more information than that. And you can definitely use other headers with it. Versus I go to the header and we go up to say this one here. You go to the combination. It only lists the one when there's definitely others it works with. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It just needs to get more information. Like that one will tell me it goes with that one. But this one is almost the exact same specs. And it lists a whole bunch of other ones. What's the weight of the smallest two? We can check real fast. So this one's 1.2 and that was 1.8. That one drops back down to 1.7. So yeah, they're all pretty close. Versus like the biggest one we just grabbed was 4.9. So we're gonna have to do a little trial and error to figure out what our harvester can in fact run. I don't know why it popped up here. But that's fine. Try 2.5. Well, I'm gonna probably try something I think is out of scope, just barely. I'd rather get bigger than I can use and like work my way back than get smaller and work my way up. Because I mean, it depends how many's in between. I'm gonna try and aim for something that feels like it split the difference. I did save up a bunch of money to be able to get like something big. And I want to try and get the biggest I can, because eventually I'm gonna need to replace my harvester as well. Now granted, we lost $20,000 and I can't go back and make it come back. But we'll see. I'm a little bummed by that. That's partially my own fault though. That I tested it but not properly. I bet you get something on sale. We'll see. Why not upgrade the harvester as well? The harvesters cost like $250,000 to $500,000. That's why. Money. That's why. Like, we barely could afford the bigger header, because just the header alone is like the limit of our budget. Alright, let's check our sales. That's definitely not going to help us. The same reason we don't do everything when people ask me why I don't do something. Money. That's why. The answer is money. Buy a bigger harvester in this economy? Come on, man. I mean, the worst harvester that's available costs $75,000. So, harvesters are heckin' expensive. Let's see. Hey, Rual, why don't you just buy the biggest everything and make the whole map field solve the world hunger? I know, right? Hey, you're not. It's going good. It's good seeing you. Yeah, like the only thing I'm irritated at myself is it is my fault was the fact that we ran the header as like, yes, and didn't think to actually drive it. Okay, well, I mean, it's technically a header. It's not the right kind, but we did technically get a header on sale. Okay, so what we're going to do, borrow 30 million from the bank. That's against the rules of our challenge. Is I'm not allowed to lease or loan any money. All right, so we saved. Okay. Hey, that gamer Shane, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. So let's see here. That 8.5 meters. Let's see if we can't get away with 10 something. So this one here was right out. I do want to see if I can go down just a little bit and get away with it. And that gamer Shane playing some, looks like Farm Sim 22. I hope you had a good time in there. Yeah, there's a 2.8 with 10 meters. Yeah, I want to see if I could weasel away with something a little bigger. So we could get 12 meter at 3.3 tons. That'll be in our amount that we can afford. And it wants to be on this thing. So this lists its horsepower, but like I said, the problem is what doesn't list the horsepower requirement is this thing. Hey, Captain Corky, happy New Year as well. So we're gonna make mistakes, so just keep in mind, chat, we got a 3.3, 12 meters, and we'll see if this will let me get by. And if not, we have to reload or save and do all that stuff. It is what it is. Because I wanna get the largest that it will run with. So this time we're gonna make better decisions. We're going to run it.
Take a sip.
It
What's the worst?
does technically run, but I do feel like it does not run well enough. You're double the recommended weight? Where does it list the recommended weight? That's my problem. Is I don't know. It doesn't tell me this is how many horsepower, this is the weight that you're allotted. Like the tractors, they tell you very specifically, it's like, I am up to this horsepower. And you could then buy attachments going, that is the horsepower I need. So it's not max at its top speed, it's like it took it a long time to start moving. Which with the AI is gonna be a problem. So this is the one we had grabbed. So we could drop off. Wasn't there? Oh no, that's not the one we just had. This is the one we just had. It's interesting. There's 10.8. Wasn't there another one that was bigger? Yeah, because the issue I have, and this is an issue with the harvesters, is this tells me it's horsepower. Cool. It tells me I can put these two headers on it. Cool. But it doesn't actually tell me what limitations it are. It just, this is literally the header that is made for that device. And just saying I can go here and it gives me just 3 different headers. One for regular crop, one for the 2 of them, and a specialized. It can handle the smaller ones, it can handle the bigger ones, but it doesn't give me the actual stats it cares about. That's my problem with those vehicles. All right. So this is the one we just tried, and it technically ran just barely. We'll go for this one. So we're now at 2.8, 10.8 meters. If this ends up still being a problem, then what I might do is I might give up on the header for the harvester and just go for the seeder, because that I can... So weirdly, I can't move with this one. Versus the heavier one I could move. So clearly the weight is not relevant. They have some hidden amount of horsepower they need, and you just have to guess. Is that because you didn't fold in the wheels? No. So yeah, so that's a big old party foul in my book for this game. That they need to make it so you can communicate like what stats you care about. They do well with the tractors. To be clear, the tractors do well, but the harvesters, they just do not communicate what you need. All right, so we just tried you. Like, they don't even list the horsepower this needs. They give us literally no stats. You had a weird dream about your underground complex. You opened up some random valves and water started flowing. No idea where. Half-Life 3 confirmed. Because I don't want to rebuy this thing. And I don't want to go up 1 meter wider. That to me is a total waste of money and time. I'm actually pretty annoyed with this situation now. Because that means we're going to not quite double the width, and we're still struggling to set that up. So literally, we might be wasting almost $45,000. I'm pretty unhappy about this. Because this is heavier than that one, and we just did this one, and it worked. Like, it worked, it just could barely move. Like, it was moving, though, versus this one, which is literally half a ton lighter. It couldn't handle, and I don't see anything here that would indicate why this one is worse than that one. There's no information here that I can act on. Combination, it says 451 combination. This even has a lower horsepower requirement, so I don't get why that one... I don't understand. Game, I need you to communicate with me, friend. It's literally not even like 1.5 times. I am pretty unhappy about this. Because I can't like revert back to the save before we bought it. And so we sold our header and then bought the other one. And lost that ground. Like part of me wants to just buy this back and then give myself the money back for this. What about the header for 52,000? That's literally it's 3.5 ton, which is the exact same weight as the bigger one we just tried. Actually, no, it's heavier than the one we just tried. Yeah, I think. All right, so I think what we're doing is we're giving ourselves back the header, and we are scuff save editing our money back. Because that annoys the absolute crap out of me. But could you also move the heavier one that you just tried? That's what I don't understand. That's my issue. I can't trust that any of these work other than to go combinations, which is the specific harvester they do. You think some machines are just more expensive and not as good as cheaper ones? Yeah, no, that's the thing. The issue we're running into is I bought this one and I could run it and I was like, cool. And then I went to use it. I was like, oh wait, I can't actually move. So we sold it and we lost 25,000 or something like that in the sale. Actually, we could do the exact math on how much we lost. But I can do the exact math. If we go to our finance screen, we can literally go right here and say, can I not go back far enough? Really? All right, never mind. I can't. It's too far in the past. But yeah, so I'm agitated now because I was able to run and move, but terribly with this one. I believe it was. Yeah, this one here I think was the one where no. It was this one here I was able to run and move. You think you sold it for 78,000? You can always get a really big one and start it with a higher worker and then push with our tractor. No, I'm not gonna do that. That'll be a big pain. So like this one it physically moved, but then the concern is it took so much to get moving that the moment we start filling it up, it'll probably stop. But then this one requires less weight, less horsepower, and less width. Yeah, I couldn't even move it. So for all intents and purposes, this one should be harder in every possible way to run than this one, but this one I can't run. Are all capped at 6 miles per hour? There's, I thought, 1 or 2 of these I can go 9 miles per hour. It's like a, yeah, so this one, oh, it's the ones you can do just the sunflowers. Let's see, frankly, you believe that certain parts are meant to work with certain machines, just like in real life. You're not going to fix a Porsche using that. Right, I agree with that, but if it is the case, then I shouldn't be able to go through this way. But you can mix and match your parts. I'm just really annoyed with the fact that we wasted a bunch of money. Does any... Well, so we're just gonna rebuy this. Yes, technically we're giving ourselves an advantage by the fact that that's not worn out like our other one was. It is what it is. Game does not communicate. But what I want to do is I literally want to undo the wasted money. What's the name of the tractor you're using? The Harvester? The Harvester I'm using is... What is your name? Aeos Stelmash. It's a Nova 330. But I want to think... What I think I want to do real fast is before we waste a bunch of time, I would like to figure out how much I sold the other header for and how much I bought the other header for. Basically wipe those out. Just kind of give myself the difference. Because we just literally deleted $40,000 worth of wealth because the game's UI is shit when it comes to these things. Pardon my French. I shouldn't say that either. Pardon my language. Eventually you would have had to replace that one anyway. You're just doing a bit earlier? No, my problem is money is such a big issue, and we literally deleted $40,000 and have nothing to show for it. That's literally a whole in-game year worth of money being made that we just went away because their UI is garbage when it comes to being able to tell what you can and cannot use. So what I'm going to do... That's life on the farm? No, it's not. Life on the farm is you would go to the dealership and they would tell you stuff. Versus the UI, they'd go, figure it out. Like, I could walk in and say, can this harvester run that header? And they would say, no. And I wouldn't buy it. I don't have to figure it out. Alright, so chat. Let's try and figure out what the heck... I wish I could scroll back farther to see how much I bought. Well, I mean, we can figure out how much we bought the header for. No, it doesn't matter because they still have the money. Because even reverting back to her... I mean, we could just revert back to the amount of money I had when we sold it. No, because that'll give us more money than we would have either. Well, no, because we could deduct this. Because I just want to give myself the money back because I am not cool with losing literally $40,000 of progress because of garbage UI decisions. That is not something I'm down with. But if I give myself... the 40,000, because we were at 100,000, it's like 100,000, like it's 100 something thousand, and if I gave myself the 40,000, that's not accounting for this. It's fine. We're just scuffed dealing with it, because I'm salty about it, and I can't revert back before we bought it. So bear with me, chat. We're editing a save file. We are doing shenanigans. Actually, no, wait. I can look up the exact amounts. The save file literally... No, it doesn't. It probably deletes after 4 days. You know it's 105,000? Okay, then we'll make it 100,000 to account for all the money I would have spent on operating the buildings. It's like 275 or whatever. So I'm hurting myself a couple thousand because I am getting a new one. Because I am deeply unhappy. Well, the problem is it's 3 different places on the VOD you'd have to check. So we're just gonna get a really good estimate. I don't want to spend half an hour fixing this. So I do apologize that we're like getting into save file editing, but I'm irked about that. So game save 1, and we can go to, we'll go to career save file, open with Visual Studio Code, farms. Basically we're reverting as best we can. Crowdsource it. Legit can't find anything online. People just saying save your game and then try each one. Yeah, that's my issue. Alright, so I'm not gonna mess with the travel distance or any of their stats. Where the heck was our money here? It's right there at the top. So 1-0. So we've getting ourselves the money back, because then I'll save up for the cedar. Because the cedar I can actually test that. I mean, also I could test it now with all the money, but if I'm not gonna get that much of an advantage, I'm just gonna get the cedar where I know for a fact I can use it. And then where is the save file here with the money? There we go. Delete 1-0. And save all, so it's now committed. There's no going back. All right, so we just jumped it up to the 100,000 mark. Yeah, that's the thing. The cedars and all that, they'll be like, I require this amount of horsepower. So you can look up at it, you can say tractor, horsepower, thumbs up. But the headers on the harvester are just like, yeah, figure it out. So the downside is it means we don't get our upgrade. That's the downside, is we do not get our upgrade. The upside is we have $100,000 towards the upgrade. You bought the green header, it didn't work? Correct, it ran. And so I was like, sweet. I didn't think to try driving with it running. Do you save the swath? No, I don't have a, I didn't buy a baler. Okay. You're saying if I open the harvester's page, so there is a combinations button, but it's not complete. Because like this one can run other headers. Pick one you're using and press C. Yeah, so that takes you to combinations. So the problem is it's incomplete information. But yeah, no, we checked that with other stuff. It's incomplete information. It's the same thing if you go to the tractors and you choose a header. It'll say it works with these 3 tractors, when in reality it works with like 50 tractors. But yeah, no, that's what I'm going to have to do with the harvesters. It just means we're just not going to upgrade our harvester for a very long time. Because I'm just going to buy the bigger harvester in the header, which means I'm going to have to save up like $500,000. So the harvesting is going to be slow. That's what we're establishing. We'll fix the cedar to get that to be faster, and we'll just accept the harvester is the speed the harvester is. You buy a second small harvester as well? This is true, but that doesn't become necessary unless I buy a second tile. I realize it says, hard to just trust what's shown when you know the game isn't getting completed. Well, the thing is, what it's showing you know will work. That's fair. What you don't know is, will you also be able to get our stuff? Wait a second. I'm trying to remember. Hang on a second. I just forgot a mechanic to the game, I think. Okay, that's not that. It's the bigger harvesters. Some of them will give you the sidecar that you can put. Oh, that's a header trailer. That's not what I need. They can harvest from different sides. Right. Yeah, no, it's a thing. That you know works. It's just it's an incomplete list. You had 101,455 and bought the John Deere header for $99,500, leaving you with $1,955. Okay. Yeah, so then we should be about right because they were spending about $200 something a month to run the buildings. So we would be roughly around here. That's what I was trying to say, the poor Chevy analog, but yeah, no, I get that. Like, in real life, it makes sense. Hey, Infinity Simplex, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate you popping in here. I may be saying that too fast, that literally they're doing the raid, and I say that before they get here. But, welcome in, raiders, and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, I get, like, like, in real life, if you buy this model, you use the model with the appropriate hardware. But video game lets you mix and match. So I'm just gonna have to deal with the harvesters the way they are. But yeah, very, very admittedly, it does make me very frustrated that the game doesn't communicate if you are allowed to use stuff with other stuff, what does and doesn't work. You just have to go YOLO, push go, and hope for the best. But what were we streaming today over there in Simplex? And how was your stream? Does the GPS make a difference? Does the GPS make a difference? In regards to, like, sorry, I'm not sure contextually, like, a difference to what? Is Retro Games again? Some Imperium Galactica. A 4X space game. Neat. In the game in general. So my understanding is the GPS, you can basically turn the thing on autopilot, just like you would with a worker under control, but it doesn't, like, it's basically like putting a worker in control, but you don't have to pay them, is my understanding. I haven't actually run that one yet. I thought it was a mod that let you do that kind of stuff. But yeah, so if you're looking for some retro games, you can find some retro games over there with Infinity Simplex. Welcome in. But yeah, now I would argue one of the big negatives that Farm Sim does deal with, if we're being fair about the game, is just getting you the information you need within the context of the game, where you don't have to, like, pull up a YouTube video or a Twitch stream or, like, a wiki page, or they have their academy, which is, like, again, outside the game recorded videos. That, like, even the basics of how you play the game, like, you know, that you need to lime, you need to fertilize, you need to do that. Some people, like, it's obvious it's farming, but if you're not a farmer, you don't know necessarily when to do those things or how to do those things and all that, that the game really just goes, here's how you connect a thing, here's how you plow a field, here's how you connect a thing, here's how you harvest. Okay, you're good, bye. That the last, like, all the rest, you have to just kind of figure it out. Just color match the machines, the accessories, but that technically wouldn't even work either, because they're color coded based on the brand. Like, John Deere does green, whatever this brand is clearly white and red, and so you get, like, the tiny little machine that is white and red can't do the big machine white and red. How much you get a baler and rake for? You're leaving a lot of money out there. Is it actually a lot of money though? Because the baler is like 27,000, and I believe it was a harrower. That's the thing that piles it up together. I think that's another 15 or so thousand, 19,000. I have to look it up. Versus when I looked up the value for the straw, it was per whatever bale of straw. It was something like 48 bucks. We can actually check that right now. If we check the straw, because that's what we'd be selling, the straw gets it's 49 bucks at the top if I save it to the right thing. So the thing I don't have is a context of how many liters of straw I'm leaving on the ground. Because I know I'm leaving money on the ground. It's how long would it take me to make my money back with a baler and the for the baler and the harrower, whatever the thing is that rakes it together. Like, how many years would it take me to make that money back? That's the question. Because if it takes me 10 years to make the money back, then I don't want to do it. I'd rather continue to investing on making my equipment larger and all that. Yep, no, Farming Simulator 23 is a mobile game. So Farming Simulator 23 isn't the new version of this. It is a separate branch. And then there'd be something else. It would also be time you can spend doing other things. Right, and I'm not saying it's not a good move. It might actually be worthwhile for me to get the baler. I don't honestly know the answer to that. But the information the game has given me is that straw is worth almost nothing. So I need a large volume of straw to make up for it. You'd say there's got to be a couple hundred bales. Well, here's what we do. I don't remember what the control is. You have to unfold this. So they've only done a little bit of this field. It's here. Helper on, and They've got the straw swath going. Oh, so swath is just putting in the middle. That's what I say, is we could do some science. So the idea of what I have to do here... Actually, there's two ways to approach this. One is I can make it into bales. And then I can take a separate vehicle to pick up the bales. I believe you can also pick it up with a forager wagon. Yeah, so I'll probably use the forager wagon because I don't think the bales make it worth more. That's straw. All straw is like the stock of stuff like corn, wheat, barley. Actually, I don't know if corn's there. Wheat, barley, stuff like that. Which also doubles as a trailer. Alright. Now, the thing is, I don't want to spend a huge amount of money on a forager wagon, so I don't want to go and, like, get the biggest forager wagon we can buy. While that would certainly be convenient, I don't think that's a big issue, because I have no context of the volume we're getting out of here. To be clear, that's one of the problems. Is I don't know if, like, we're going to finish this whole field and I'm sitting at 100,000 liters of straw or 1,000 liters of straw. Obviously, it's going to be in between those. Those are two very extreme numbers. But I have no context for any of that. It's one of those things you just have to test to find out. So with that said, let's go get ourselves a forager wagon. Because I believe the small forager wagon, I want to say, only requires 100 or so. Just save scum it. If it doesn't work, yeah. Oh no, it's not a matter of getting a forager wagon that I can run. It's I don't make more money with a larger forager wagon. I save time. Did you know you could double the flour you harvest by adding plaster of Paris to it? Like, my comment is more, I don't want to spend 100,000 getting, like, a really super impressive forager wagon that takes me 15 years to pay off. But if I can get a forager wagon that only takes me a couple years to pay off, that's probably worth our time. We'll check it out. We'll see how this goes. So go down here to the forager wagons. So you can handle 16.1 liters. I think I'm going to get this one. So we're going to get the second smallest one. It does mention straw. Because, yeah, all these rest of these ones get way more expensive. Like, this one's a giant. Yeah. Village additives tank? Nah. All right. Okay, so let's see if this actually makes us a decent amount of money. So we've invested 46,000 into the forager wagon here. So that's our only expense so far. It's not an insignificant expense. I would say for this to make sense for us, I'd want to make at least 8,000 or more once we finish all the fields. If we could do that, it only takes us a year or two to pay off the wagon, and that would be worth its while. So things we don't know is how fast this wagon's going to fill up, and how much I will get per wagon worth of material. Wouldn't it be better by a larger harvester? The problem is the harvesters are extremely expensive. We're not, like, if we look at buying a bigger harvester, the next largest harvester is $50,000 more. So the harvester is dictating the size of the blade on the end there. Okay, so I cannot pick up the stuff I didn't swath. Fair enough. I was curious. I was curious if the swath was more convenient versus... Oh, you're gonna run it. Oh, actually, you'll be fine. Hey man, I need you to stop. I need you to stop. You're full. Oh, I thought I had lowered it. I'll double check. It's entirely possible I bad input it. Alright, how are we doing in time? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, it is down. I'll turn this around. It is turned on. Yeah, so if we don't swath it, you can't pick it up. That's fine. So it does mean we lost 20% of a field, our biggest field, that we could have been getting straw from. Oh, I missed a spot. Not that it matters that much, but I did miss a spot. Okay. And then the question is, when is the best time to sell? So realistically, I'll just have to sell it as able. Why am I having problems with okay. December is the best time to sell versus July is the worst time to sell. No surprise. What's the difference in price? 32 to 49. So about it's about 50% more. Which is definitely enough to be significant. And it doesn't look like I'll be able to like fill this thing up and just let it sit there for a couple of months because, you know, it's gonna fill up more than once. Yeah, we'll see. Like that's my curiosity is once I finish all of the fields, how much it makes me. I mean, at this point, we're already committed because by the time we get to see the sell price, it'll be over 15 minutes. It just might be a thing that takes longer to pay off than I really want it to, but we'll see. My hope is it makes somewhere in the area of like 8,000. If it makes somewhere in the area of 8,000, that's fine. That would be okay. It was probably worth me buying it. If it makes like 3,000 or 4,000, I'm talking about for all the fields, by the way, like for all of it. If it makes like 3,000 or 4,000, is it worth it? Well, technically yes, but it also means it's going to take me 10 harvests to pay it off. So 10 years. Is the sell price per liter? I don't believe so. Usually for a lot of these things, the sell price is per like what unit would be. So for a lot of stuff, they come in a pallet. And I believe the sell price is like for the pallet. But I don't really have context of where that lands with like grass, straw, and that one's in the forager wagon. Because it might only be 100 liters as a unit. It could be 500 liters, it could be 1,000 liters. I don't really know where it lands. Another thing I wish the game communicated. Because it was 16, if it was per liter, when it comes to selling bread, it'd be 1,600 per liter, and earlier we sold 26,000 liters. We would have been hecking money if it was per liter. But I'm pretty sure it's per 1,000 liters with bread. But hopefully this works out. Yeah, and that's the whole problem, is it doesn't communicate that. At least not that I've seen. Just another critical piece of information for decision making that the game just is like, nah, figure it out. You know, go test it. Get yourself exactly things. Do you have a silo to store it in? I do not. And a silo costs about 100,000. The mod map does come with a really cheeky cheap silo for like $8,000, but I've been deliberately not using any of the mod map stuff because it is definitely not balanced with the rest of the game. You can get greenhouses that come with this mod map that make you $10,000, $20,000 each daily. And you're like, wait, hold up? You cost like nothing and you make me $10,000 a day? Forget the entire rest of this place. I'm building nothing but greenhouses. Yeah, now I'm going to fill up the straw. We're not gonna be able to save it anywhere. We're just gonna have to sell it. Like whatever my last load is, we can save that. But we'll just end up selling it. Now the downside is this is literally adding a another process I need to do onto our already heavily loaded day, which is why we wanted to get the bigger header, is to save ourselves time during this day. I think that's okay though, because we get 2 in-game months to deal with plowing the fields. You think you can dump it, and pick it up? Right. I know people told me about with like grass that it can rot or something like that. But I don't know what the rules are with any of it. Has anyone tested just literally dumping straw or grass or whatever on the ground and leaving it there for 6 months? Because if so, I'm down to try it. Like, if someone's like, yeah, it works, I'm down to do it. I just don't want to sit there and have all that money that I really need and then just burn it, because there's no way in it. It's all but one load and let's sit there. So I've done that. I have done that for a fact. Not dumped the load on the ground and picked it back up, but I have had it in the trailer and just parked it somewhere. That I have done. That does work. But I'm going to probably have at least, I would guess, 4, 5, 6 loads between all the fields. That's another thing, is I could a quick Google says it does not rot. Cool, then I'm down to find out. What we'll do is I'm going to take it up here and I'm going to dump it in the corner. The idea is that way it's like right here and I can just go back and forth. Yep, that's literally what I was thinking. Is I'm going to take it right up here where it's nice and flat into that corner. I mean, not in the corner. I'm going to go right over here. I'm going to drop it right down. This spot right here feels like the best place just to huck this right here on the ground. Where is the button to kick it out? Where's the dump it out button? Okay, it's not... I don't see how I make it dump it. Because like C, which is what you dump it to sell it, doesn't seem to work. While we figure that out, give me a moment. I need to go... Oh, I'm gonna be too late. Right click. Oh, I angled it. It didn't seem to do anything. I could sneak that. I overestimated what I could get away with turning on this. It's fine, we'll just shove it. Nothing wrong with that. Tilt it, tilt it. Didn't quite turn enough. Alright, let's get over here. I'm doing the same thing because I'm psyching myself out and how I need to deal with it. Okay, so we've got that. Can't go quite that sharp. I'm making this way more effort than it needed to be. Perfect. I made that way harder than it had to be. I could have just literally taken control of that thing, backed it up like 2 inches, and it would have been fine. Look, I committed. It's what I do. I also ever so slightly drove over the crops. I don't actually know if it'll kill anything because we're so lightly over. Yeah, and I tried right-clicking, and I tried to lift it, and it just... nothing happened. I may not have gotten far enough, but I'll try again. No problem. Okay, so get this out of the way so it doesn't stop in 2 seconds and be like, you're in the way. Alright, so. We are right-clicking. We are at full right-click. I tried lowering, tried picking it up. Left-click doesn't do anything, nothing on the middle. So it angles it, but it doesn't do anything. I may not be able to just dump this out anywhere. With this particular trailer, maybe. Because there's the button for dumping. There's a button for loading. Lowering, it doesn't seem to do anything. I might just sell. I might just accept that I might need to sell. That I can't just dump it this way. If it is, it's another piece of information the game does not give me. Alright. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and do this and turn that back off. Yep, it's fine. I'm just going with the game doesn't communicate anything properly, so we'll just run with it the way it is and move on with our lives. So, ideally, we'd get about 50% more money from this than we're going to get right now. 728 bucks. So, if I were to sell it at, like, peak, we'd probably make about 1,200. Not quite. It wouldn't be that high. It would be about 1,075. Would be about what we get. So that's pretty discouraging. Because 1,075, and we'd probably get maybe 7 loads? Well, no, that'd actually be fair. And that'd be at peak price. I'm not going to get peak price, but that's... If we had a silo, it'd be better. But that's the whole thing, is do I want to invest $100,000 in a silo plus $46,000 in this? So $146,000, not counting their equipment, which I'm already going to have. And then we make about $7,000-$8,000 a year. That's pretty much what I thought. And I don't think we can go back to before we bought this. I think it's been too long. Am I correct in assuming it's definitely been more than 15 minutes since I bought this? Because I feel very confident that's been more than 15 minutes. Yeah, and I'm pretty confident it's been more than 15 minutes. But that said, we had to science it. That's one of the things I run into the game a lot of times, is I'll have people like quite often suggest things. I'll be like, oh, you should do this. You're leaving money on the ground, all that. It's like, but how long does it take to pay for itself? And a lot of the time, it ends up not being that good. Oh yeah, no, but that was on the comment because it wasn't. To be clear, tonight wasn't the first time that people brought up that I should be collecting the straw. I've had people bring that up like 8 or 9 times, and every time I did the math as best I could tell in the game, is it really didn't look good. But you know, I kept having it recommend. I was like, all right, well, let's try it. Like, I keep knocking it. You know, you're one of those people. Yep. Like, maybe if I had way more. You can definitely drop a load on your land to sell there. I know you can, but I can't seem to find the controls to do it. And we show the controls here. And it's just not giving me the choice. Like, there's just... We tried the right mouse button, lifted it the whole way, and nothing happened. So... Control-C? Oh, it has to be on my land. That makes sense. Okay, I understand. Alright. I've got you. Because I went up and I wanted to unload it there. Right. So it's like the stones. I had this off earlier, so I couldn't look at it. Because half the time it gives you incomplete information. Okay. That's the problem, is I'm trying to illegally dump on our people's land, and the game's like, no. That's fair. Yeah, another thing I do is you drive forward. Because if you pilot, it's hard to pick up. Would it be even Farming Simulator 22 if it gave you information? No. I mean, I can just dump it in the grass, that's fine. I have plenty of grass I could dump this on. Achilles being like, I mean, if you want to collect it and dump it on my land, I'll take it. Yeah, like in the game you would. Could you imagine you wake up in the morning, like you're not a farmer or anything, you just wake up in the morning and you just walk outside and there's just this giant, you know, 18,000 liter pile of straw in your front yard, and you're just like, what? What am I supposed... What? You don't have any equipment to deal with it or anything, it's just 18,000 liters of straw is just... Your yard is where it belongs now. Okay, so what we're gonna do is go right on over here. Alright, so we mounted that pretty high. You're sitting at 8 grand in that field alone? Maybe. If so, like, that's not bad. Come on, spit it out. Oh, it was still open, it just stopped because of the edge of the property. I didn't have, like, I thought it closed automatically when I hit the edge of the property. Whereas there's the sweet spot. The downside is we're definitely not going to get all the stuff we need done today because I've been putzing around so much. The big thing is that I get the harvester to actually harvest. If we're a day behind on picking up the straw, that's okay. If we're a day behind on plowing, that's also okay. The big thing is that I get this harvested. Because plants will wither in this game. Yep, no, sometimes you gotta science. This is absolutely a thing. Straw only rots if it rains, if you remember correctly. I mean, well, if we're waiting till December to sell, it's probably going to rain. Actually, I just drive right through it. It's totally fine. Yeah, Google says it doesn't rot. Right, the only problem is the only way I have to verify is to, like, literally do it and see what happens. Are you smart enough to pick that up for me? No, you're not. It's trying to have me pull up the map and assign a job. That's fine, I kind of figured that'd be the case. If nothing else, even if this doesn't end up being a good amount of income, etc. So the problem is I do need to make this thing pay for itself. We're in this $46,000. So it does need to pay for itself. Like I said, it's as long as it pays for itself in a year or two, it's not that bad. Maybe at least you can load it on the ground for now. Wait for rain and see if it rots instead of risking it all. So rotting doesn't take it all away. It decreases the amount of liters on the ground. Gotcha. So it doesn't get like a rotted label, like where you get your crops, they'll say withered, and you know it's like when it's withered, you're like, well, crap. So it has its own thing. I was always curious because I kept hearing people say, oh, like, well, this will rot and that'll rot, and I'm like, I don't like I'm not seeing a rot status. So it's another one of those mechanics of the game doesn't unfortunately give you any indicators of the thing even happening. You just kind of suddenly, I guess, eventually notice, like, wait a second, I'm not getting as much. But that's fine. We can just look at the weather, and the moment rain shows up on the list, we just collect everything and we take it and sell it. Because the problem is, right now is the straw's worst time to sell. Because we're in July right now. And by the end of the day, it's going to be as low as it gets. So every month that we manage to get past, with the exception of September, it gets to be more. All right. Let's go top this off. Okay, yeah, we're not making good time on this harvest. Like, the swathing and all that behind, just the harvester itself, we're not making good time on this. We're definitely not getting these fields plowed in this in-game day, which is fine. If we're suddenly going to get ourselves a good number of thousands extra income, that can work out. So let's take you. Just gonna drive you right on over to the next field. Get the AI started. Because this is going to be the bottleneck. And so the few tasks the AI can actually do well. And I went to that field because it's the least complicated field for it to deal with. You have a strong dislike of working with straw, I assume in real life? Let's see, so if you got all of this field, it would be 7-ish loads of straw at 1,000. You might be slightly... Oh, that's a perfectly fair reason to not be down with it if you're allergic to it. Yeah, that's a bad time. You can run the forger to work the... You can run the AI work to run the forger. I tried to do it, I kept pulling up the map. We'll try this again. Because I did try to do it, and it just pulled up the map where, like, when you have something you can't assign, they're like, what do you want this person to do? So we're going here. I've hit the button. Yeah, it doesn't know what to do. So unfortunately, it does seem like the AI is having problems with the forger. Most likely, it's just the field scuffed between having part of it the cross, like having part of it where it's making straw, having part of it's not. It could also be that the fields they need to be rolled, they need to be limed. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Oh man, that's another expense we're gonna have to deal with. I have to lime the fields this time. We're need to do that. Nope. Hit the hotkey, pulls up the map. It's because it doesn't know what I want to assign it to. It's like, oh, what are you gonna have me do? So it might be a mod that gives you that ability. It could also be, like I said, that I've scuffed this field pretty good between that doesn't have the straw, this does have the straw. The field isn't even showing as harvest ready because I have other things that haven't gotten done because of the lack of money. So what I might also do, chat, is I might just accept it's going to be a while till we have the seeder and a better harvester. And the game has been constantly harassing me to get the roller. I might just cave and buy the roller and roll the fields as well. So we'll lime it, we'll roll it, we'll get it all going to get our production amounts back up. Because we're also on our worst economy settings, so margins are everything. Which, for the record, the rollers go really fast. Even the smallest roller is still like this big, like 12-foot or 12-meter wide thing. So 3-4 passes a field and you're done. You remember correctly, the roller and the stone pickers are biggest waste of money. I would agree. We actually turned off the field stones. We put it up to a vote, and chat was like, nah, no more field stones. Like, I used it for a number of years in the beginning of the run. I think someone said that the rolling it was like a 15% yield increase or something like that. Yeah. Okay. I'm partly annoyed because I have this label says needs rolling at all times on the fields. And I just want the label to go away. Please stop. You're full. Please stop. You're full. Please stop. AI. I will literally run you down. You need to roll it twice? No, I never noticed needing to roll it twice. Which we are getting it all, by the way. I know the graphic looks like it's going over the edge, but it doesn't do like any kind of physics like that. It basically blocked the AI because it's gonna just keep going. Plow rolled, seed rolled? No, you don't need to roll after plowing. You do roll after seeding though. At least I've never had it where it has like the need roll status. I've only had it show after seeding. Ah, got you. So you could roll it a second time for more. The game doesn't tell you that. The game just like, figure it out. Needs rolling. The game tells you nothing that you needed to know tonight. Oh yeah, no, it's even before tonight, like usually it's talking about learning the basics of the game that I will 100%, to me, it is a huge cop-out for the game to be like, here's a handful of things of how you play the game. Why does it seem like you always finish the row and there's always a little bit more? But, you know, you go through the tutorial, it doesn't really teach you hardly anything. They've got some written stuff, but most of it's just not nearly enough to teach you much. And they're just like, but there's the academy that you can use to learn, which is just pretty much pulling up videos outside of the game to teach you how to play a game. And I'm like, nah, man, that's a big cop-out on how you teach the game. If you want to actually teach the game, go down here, where you've got all this here. If there's a video that needs to be associated with you to teach you how to do this, it needs to be there. It needs to be like right in here. So, that's the iconography, that's not helpful. Like all these text things, give me actual usable information there, because most of them are cultivating. You can use a cultivator. You like, here's all the tools you can use. You lower into soil, so that's mechanically how it works. Cool. And it kind of just tells you what the device does, but it doesn't really go, okay, well now is the time you would use that. Like I personally would like them to take the tutorial they have now, just bin the whole thing. Just take the whole thing, just put it in the trash, and go, okay, here is a field. Nothing has been done with it. It is just an empty lot kind of field. Alright. To get this field ready to do the next thing you need to do for farming, you need to plow it. Okay, let's plow the field. Okay, you've plowed the field. Cool. Now that you've plowed the field, now is the time that you do the next thing. And just literally walk the person through a field right from the beginning all the way up to harvest, so you can get the whole way through. I was not anticipating still being able to go past this far, but that's fine. You can drive over the street? Yeah, I know. But I want to not have it on the street. Oh, you can drive over the straw to flatten it. Okay, that makes sense. Like, almost treat it like a bulldozer kind of thing. Just shove it around. Yeah, so you're turning around. Let's go ahead and grab you, because that thing's probably getting pretty close to full. We'll try again to have the AI take over picking up the straw on this field, because this field should be clean, that everything's set up right. So if the AI is able to do it, this field shouldn't give it any problems. Like I said, that other field, I scuffed it pretty bad, so it could just be the AI doesn't recognize it as a place to work or something like that. I've found the AI is pretty mixed bag in this game. Like, if you give them a simple task that doesn't have any oddities, they do a pretty good job. But the moment you got like a tree stump or a rock someplace, the AI just throws its hands in the air and just starts doing circles. I'm exaggerating. It'll just not do like a third of your field. They'll give it like a half-mile radius around the rock, be like, oh no. Can't get near the rock. Are you kidding me? Well, the problem is I'm currently trying to do 3 tasks at the same time. So it might be one of those things that I could have the AI take over one job while I do the other. That's all it boils down to. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, the AI will absolutely cut into the profits in a pretty big way. The good news is this actually goes... picking up the straw is relatively fast. So it actually probably wouldn't be that bad. It's the seeding that is the real killer with the AI. Because it's slow and it doesn't cover much area. What's the pickup trucks use? So this is a challenge, and I gave myself the pickup truck at the beginning. Just mostly it was so I could haul logs back to the sell point, and you didn't have to watch me carry them one after the other. But I have given myself the rule that I'm not allowed to sell the truck that we started with, because it'd be a way to kind of cheat and instantly give myself like 10,000 bucks. So it was a convenience thing to make it more entertaining to watch on stream, but also not allowing myself, you know, an easy advantage kind of thing. How much money did you start with? None. $0. $0 in a chainsaw. That's the reason why every single one of our tools is like horrifically under-spec'd. Like, the fact that that is what I was fertilizing my fields with because I caught it on a really good discount, it was awful. Because that thing is like 5 meters wide is what it sprays the fertilizer on. Because very genuinely, we gave ourselves $0, and so the moment I could get some equipment up and running, like, we had to just deal with the most scuff way of doing it. Like, the only reason we have that big tractor is we got in, like, a really good sale, because it was used. The downside is, now it's kind of reaching end of life. It's just the maintenance costs are starting to get out of control. But I depend on it, so I don't really get a choice, nor can I afford to replace it, so we're just living with it, eating up a bunch of money in maintenance. Just looks like a disaster over there with all the straw heaped up. Yeah, it's nice to have it there. Oh, you're still guys like, where did you go? All right. Now, downside is the next 2 fields are really rough. Hey, Farmer Joe, how's it going? Why don't you get the government sign mod and make millions of dollars? Because there's a challenge run, and that kind of defeats the challenge. Sorry if you went that long without me responding. I am on all like Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. And just because of not having nearly as much of a following over on TikTok, it's really easy for me to miss when people post there, just because I'm not as used to watching for it. Is basically the gist of it. It's not that I deliberately try to ignore it. It's that I'm constantly keeping that. You know, good dude? You just got off Farm Simulator 22 on PlayStation 5? Gotcha. But yeah, no, we're doing a challenge run. So I started with $0, a chainsaw, and a hope and a dream, and making it work. And so I'm deliberately not doing anything that's like, you know, even if it's not cheaty, like exploity or mods that trivialize stuff, or there's like, for example, this mod map has some buildings that are not, like, they're not balanced. They're part of the mod map. And so I do turn it off kind of thing. So it is a thing I am always dealing with, like, absolutely scuff equipment. Because every penny is precious. Let's see, very last starting says, I don't get why people see how little money you have, see the name of the challenge and the title. So on TikTok, they don't see the name of the challenge. TikTok gives me all of, like, 20 characters to work with for a title. So literally the title is like, just click it or something like that. Because it's also something I'd have to change it. And honestly, with the way TikTok works, you don't even see the title, you thumb up. And the next video starts, and then you thumb up, and the next video starts. So, yes, you can see the title, but the normal use case, you just don't. So it's not anything, like, intrinsically wrong with the way people use the platform. It's the platform isn't designed in a way that really gives you that information easily. Pros and cons, every platform has them. Alright, so we're going to stop this for just a moment. Grab the harvester. Fill up the trailer, get it to the next field, get it started. But even on other platforms, the questions like that come up so often. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you think back to when I played Project Zomboid. How many times did I get asked, what's my favorite weapon? You know, why am I using knives? Like, there'd be just, like, the same, or, like, why am I sleeping in the bathroom? Like, all those kinds of things you get asked every single time. Or what am I doing for food, or where am I on the map, and all that kind of stuff. It's just a thing. There's some missed end crop at the end of the field. Oh, I see it. I see a little sliver. We'll snag that, then I'll move over to this field and get it set up to start doing that field. It's honestly just the nature of streaming. Because you have people popping in and out of your stream at all times, you will end up having people asking the same questions again and again and again. Because to them, that question hasn't been asked yet. And so you don't want to be like, and it's a thing that can happen. Like, it can get to the point that you get tired of answering the same question again and again. But you do have to remind yourself that, you know, this person probably just hopped in 5 minutes ago. They didn't hear you mention the question 10 minutes ago. So like they're nothing there. So it is one of those things that you feel bad when a content creator does get snippy about, like, you know, you need to listen or whatever, because, like, well, this person just been here. They've been here for 5 minutes. They didn't hear your last answer. So it's like, I get you're tired of answering the question, but if that's the case, that's where you usually make a command. If it ever gets to the point that as a content creator, like, you're so tired of answering the same question, you just make a command, if it's that much a big deal, and then you can just have, you know, when someone asks the same question, one of your viewers could just hit the button to, like, do the command for it. And if you heard, I also have to do that, like, I will have on Twitch, I'll have, like, a Project Zomboid run that's been going fine and all that, and I'll take a break and be like, I really just want to do something else. And it might be something else in Project Zomboid or a different game. And if I was in the middle of a big run, I will spend 2/3 of my responses in the stream being like, such and such is not dead. It became a whole thing that I had at one point, is like on the top of the middle of the screen in like big bold letters, it was like, Venus is not dead. The title was Venus is not dead. And I even had like a timer running that was saying Venus is not dead. And I was still getting asked if Venus is not dead, like the entire stream. And it was a number of times that I had someone pop in, it's like, oh no, did Venus die? Wait, never mind. Like, they'd be like, is Venus dead? And like 2 seconds later, it's like, oh, never mind. My bad. I've come to accept. I stopped putting that up on the screen because I used to do it all the time. I just got to the point. It's like it's just fine. I'll just answer it. I actually got to the point when people who knew that Venus wasn't dead were memeing on it. It's like, I will kill this character. It's like, I will kill this character to make it true.
Oh no, Venus is dead.
Alright. So, that does obligate, first of all, thank you so much for the biddies. That does obligate me to put another Lego on the kit. Luckily, this is an easy one, which is, let me correct my course slightly. I take this little red snap thing here, you can't see it, and I'm going to snap it in the first hole. So there's your Lego piece, a little red snap it in the first hole. For those who missed what that's all about, every single time I get a sub or 100 biddies, you know, I add a piece to the Lego kit. Bet. Pause Farm Sim, go kill Venus. Hey, $50 right now, Venus dies. I'm teasing. Honestly, I actually wouldn't have a problem with that. I would upset so many people. Don't actually give me $50 and expect that, just to be clear. Oh no, you don't understand. Like if Venus died in my next run, I wouldn't care. It wouldn't even bother me. It'd be like, cool, run's over. There would be some very upset people, especially if I threw it. If I like just deliberately walked Venus into zombies, there would be some really upset people. But I mean, that run's been going on so long. It's just going through the motions. Like very genuinely, it's just going through the motions. It is what it is. I'm not trying to sugarcoat. I'm just trying to be honest about it. That run alone has, what, like 500 hours into it or something like that? I have no idea. How big of a donation to walk towards one zombie and let hit kill her? I don't know, chat. I'm not against doing this. I'm not against getting a big payout to kill Venus. You know, they say you can't put a price on a life, but, you know, a virtual life. A whole bunch of people are like, oh my god, don't do it. You'd say 500? I mean, definitely 500. My price wouldn't be that high, but 500 certainly I would do it. Like on the spot, like literally pause the game, open up Product Zomboid, kill her, close the game, go back to this. And again, I would absolutely, there would be people who would be livid about that. I don't even want to think how angry some people would get. Like, it would be bad. For $500, there's a lot of things that would happen in video games. Uh-huh. Alright, so I need to get you over here for that next pass. That's probably getting full. Well, that's the whole thing. For me, it's like $50. Like, yeah, you know what? Like, honestly, for me, the player... Like, for me, the player, $50, like, yeah, that's fine. She could die. I'm fine with this. Me, the creator, it's like, okay, I have to take into consideration how upset people would get over that. Because there would be some pretty upset people. But me, the player, like, I don't plan on not playing Venus anymore. I don't think it's going to vary much at all, though. Because at some point, Build 42 is going to drop, and when that happens, it's going to be time for a new character. So, Venus is already on... You know, she's got a big clock above her head that's ticking down to when she stops existing. The only thing is, I don't know when that clock hits 0. In theory, It's sometimes in sometime early part of this year. I can't keep moving forward, man. New build, new me. There's a lot of things that would happen in real life for 500 bucks. This is also true. 500 bucks is not an insignificant amount of money. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm nowhere near the point of like living paycheck to paycheck or anything like that. But for people who are in that situation, $500 is literally a life-changing amount of money. Like that is a person being able to, you know, pursue a better job, that they can risk their current job because they can miss a paycheck or two to go and, you know, interview for that other job and start the other job and, you know, survive the gap in paychecks. Again, I'm not in that situation. Just to be clear. I'm not like I'm financially fine. That's how much you get wage. Well, that's the whole thing. If you're talking a job that like is a relatively low wage, that very really is a paycheck or two. What do you do for work? Right now, I'm actually a full-time content creator. Prior to that, though, I have been in software development for 15 years. I'm also a former college educator, as well as worked in IT before that. I've had a very, very dense career. And if you start doing the numbers and going, why does it not add up? I have been notorious in my life for working multiple jobs at the same time. There was a point in my life while I was a full-time college student that I was also a full-time assistant network administrator. And on top of that, I worked at the local retail shop as a preventive maintenance technician. And at the same time I did that, I was an adjunct college instructor. And at the same time I did that, I also ran my own business for networking solutions and computer repair. I don't recommend it. You want to know how you hit burnout, chat? I can tell you, I can explain burnout with a passion. It's also an interesting phenomena that if you don't get enough sleep, you don't form memories, in case you're curious. It was not a good time. I did get through college debt-free, though. Do I think it'd be a good strategy now? No, because that wouldn't even be enough now. Because college is way the heck more expensive than it was back then. Literally, while I was in college, it tripled in price. Or no, it doubled in price. I can't remember if it... No, I think it tripled in price, and then after I left college, it had doubled since then. So even that wouldn't be enough to pay for college. That explains a few things. I need to both more or less sleep at the same time. Yeah. There's the memories now forming. Oh yeah, no, it's... I did that for like a semester or so, and then I quit all but one of the jobs. Like, I took the company I was running with a friend and all that. I'm like, this is yours. I don't want it anymore. I'm out. Here's all the contacts to all of my clients. I am done. I want nothing to do with this. This has been good money, but at the same time, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. Like, and I had enjoyed that job a lot, but it was just too much. Why does it feel like no matter what, when I hit the end of the... I think it's I have to like let it run for a couple extra seconds. But yeah. And again, while I was a full-time student, and I did get through those classes, God knows how. But yeah, those were tough times. But yeah, so it was up to a couple years ago, I was doing the software development. Towards the end, I was actually doing software development that I was actually teaching software development as well. Like that's I was literally authoring courses to teach others how to do software development because, you know, on one end I was all like as a very skilled software developer that I am a recognized subject matter expert in my areas of expertise, which I will not explain because then I'm doxing myself. And I became kind of like the person you would get your courses with because they were online. Like even with some of the technologies, you'd go to like Microsoft's, you know, it'd be the appropriate stack for it. That my course was the course they recommended to learn one of their technologies even over their own for a long time. until they authored new ones, and then they stopped pointing out third-party courses at all. But, you know, I was like big name in that tech stack. Still am, but I haven't done it in a while. But doing all that kind of stuff. But what ended up happening was the company I worked for went through an acquisition. It was not a good time. And the company went from a really great place to work for to a really awful place to work for. And that I had things I disagreed with, not like methodology, things that, you know, I could potentially have taken to labor law to get them in serious trouble for discrimination and yada yada yada. We don't need to dig into that too far. And they thought I was going to be unwilling to quit and tried to call my bluff on it. And then I was like, nope, you know what? I'm going on sabbatical. Later. You know, it's like I've been working solid for the last 20 plus years. I've never had a time that I wasn't working. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'm out. And went on sabbatical, and right then my channel blew up on Twitch. That, you know, I hit partnered and everything. I was like, alright, I'll do this a while. And I just kept doing it. Time to look for Microsoft courses teachers folk thing. So most of my courses are no longer up anymore, Soul Atoms. And a big reason why is that has been a couple of years now. And so they're not relevant anymore. Technology changes. That's part of the reason I felt a little bit more comfortable being a bit more open about some of that. Is because when I first started streaming, you could like literally just go over, find my courses, click over. It would have my real name because that's what's associated to me as a developer and all that. And whatnot. Whereas, you know, one by one, those courses have been getting retired as, you know, the tech stack would move to a new long-term version and all that kind of stuff. You know, so offering that course once it's, you know, 2 or 3 long-time versions behind, no one's watching it. If they are watching it, their company should hire me as a consultant so I could tell them all the things they're doing wrong and how they are several major versions behind in a tech stack and how many security issues and all that they probably are just waiting to have bite them in the face. You know, and then I charge them several tens of thousands of dollars for basically telling them they're wrong. You know, which is usually what their own staff is telling them. But for some reason, when you consult, that's just what happens, is they ignore their own staff, they ask you questions, and you just point to the staff. That's... You want another pro tip? If you're someone considering hiring a consultant for your business, you want me to let you know what the pro tip of what consultants do? They listen to your staff, and then they tell you what your staff are telling you, because your staff knows what's going on, and you really shouldn't be paying me tens of thousands of dollars because you're not willing to listen to someone you see as beneath you. I will gladly take that check, though. And I have. Many times. And when they implemented the things I warned them about, guess what? It fixed their problem. Except for the times I've told people they don't have a product. I've done that one a number of times and taken money. They'd be like, hey, we'll pay you to like consult and like let you know, and you're like, you've suggested a product that you've given no compelling argument as to why anyone would ever use your product. You don't have a product. Your Facebook but for musicians. Alright, hear me out. Facebook but for musicians. Let's pretend for a moment I'm a musician. Why am I using your platform? Well, because it's Facebook but for musicians. Right. But hear me out. I can also use Facebook, which is for musicians and other people. So I don't need 3 platforms. Alright, so I need to get rid of you. Because you parked in a way I can't empty it. Sounds like MySpace. Well, yeah, no, I was like, I had a bunch of different ones. And it was always like I had Facebook but for artists, Facebook but for musicians, Facebook but for this. I was like, I can't tell you in like 2008, that kind of time frame, 2012. No, it's probably 2008 story. Basically, there was a time frame that, I was doing freelance stuff on the side to consult while doing my daily stuff. And I can't tell you how many people were like, I've got the next big $1 million idea or whatever, and it was Facebook but this. And you always had to be like, all right, hear me out. Let's have a quick discovery. So I am your target demographic. I am the artist. I am looking for a social network platform. I can go to Facebook, but for artists, and you have no user base. You are a subset of the user base I want to reach as an artist. What is your reason I use your unproven platform that doesn't cover my needs? Well, it's for artists. Right. I hear you, and you're saying those words, but do you actually know what an artist wants and needs? And if so, does Facebook not meet that in a way that you do? And I had one or two who did have clever ideas, but the vast majority of the time, they just kind of stared at you like, but I'm supposed to make money now. It's like, yeah, you don't have product. And you go, okay, all right, next question. You've got your idea. It's Facebook but artists. I don't think it's a good idea, but let's pretend it is. What's your monetization strategy? And they look at you as like, I guess advertising? It's like, it's not I guess. You need to know. And advertising, you're not going to make that much money doing it. Like, if anything, realistic, you're going to do like a freemium model. The free but advertising only works if you have a big user base. You know what you're not going to have? A big user base. You're going to have a niche. Oh, I did not start driving forward. That's going to be a big ol' heap right there. It's fine. Maybe. Yeah, that or Facebook already does that. Yep. Your first question after that would always be, what makes you different from Facebook? Yeah, that's another one on there. Usually it was like, what is my, like, usually the question is, why do I use your product instead of Facebook? And that usually is where the entire discussion died. They just went, it's Facebook but artists, and they didn't think it through farther. They started drawing up like a little, like what their website would look like, but they didn't understand their value prospect. They didn't understand what the thing that you're actually selling is. Like what is it that I am buying into as the user? Like what is your value prospect? Why do I use you? They just thought, it's Facebook. I'm going to be rich. And you go, all right, but hear me out. You're in an existence that Facebook exists. And Facebook is just the example I'm giving. You can put any other established company. It's like, we could do this. It's search, but artists. Yeah, so this is this fascinating thing about Google. I can type in art stuff into Google and I will find it. What is your value prospect that Google does not already meet? What is the thing that you walk up to a Google user and convince them to not use Google anymore? It's a real hard sell. I don't envy anyone who's competing against an established company. It is really hard to convince people to stop using the platform they're already on to use a different one. Even if your platform is objectively better. It's got better security, it's got faster response times, even all that. The problem is the value in so many of those things, like, whatever, is the existing user base. And do you know what you cannot have? The existing user base. You got to start from scratch. And on top of that, you got to figure out how the heck you're going to pay for it. Which means you got to figure out how you get money out of your users. Which, if you're going for ads and ads alone, gonna be real hard. And it's even harder to convince someone to open their wallet and show you a credit card. That is usually, though, when you do have yourself in a pretty good spot, is if you can get someone say, I have a product, and you can talk to them, and they're like, okay, where do I buy? You can get them to actually open their wallet. Now you're on to something. Until they're willing to open the wallet as if to buy it there in that very moment. That's the whole thing. You're talking about Etsy? Yeah, Etsy does fit that to a certain degree. Like, it's not that you can't do it, but when someone comes up and like, I'm this, but for, demographic, it's like, cool. I need you to explain why I use your product. And I've had people who've given, like, I've had one or two cases where it's like, nope, you've got something here. Let's talk about monetization. Like, you've got an idea. I see your idea. And I'm not going to spoil what that is, because most times there's NDAs. Sure, they're probably not applicable, but you know, that's like, you've got an idea. Here's what you need. First of all, you need like 2 or 3 proper developers to get you started. You need to have at least one person who's going to specialize in your user experience design kind of thing. You're going to need a bunch of hardware to support it, and you're going to need to market the bejesus out of it. Because if you don't move fast, if you move slow and you have a good idea, a bigger group's going to just steal your idea and run with it. It's how it rolls. Is it right? Absolutely not. Is it what happens? Absolutely. Because like if you come up with a Facebook proxy and you do one thing that is actually a convincing argument to not use Facebook in favor of your product, if Facebook can copy it real easy, you know what Facebook's going to do? It's going to copy it. Because it is real hard to get patents on a lot of the softer ideas, a lot of the more flexible ideas. Now that can actually be a strategy. You can be a startup that comes up with an idea that fits very well into someone else's existing product, get that rolling, start building up a user base, and then sell yourself to the other company. It is a very tried and true strategy that is done many times. Does it suck if you're a user? Oh yes. It does suck if you're on the first platform and get the second one. The second platform, it doesn't suck as bad because, you know, you're where it is. When the zombie apocalypse happened, you plan to stop using Facebook? Oh, I haven't had Facebook for years. I hadn't used, I mean, it's almost been a decade now. I hadn't used Facebook in a very long time, like getting out of college or anything. I stopped using it before that even. And I briefly brought it back while I was making my courses because we were doing webinars as a way of marketing my courses and all that. And Facebook was one of the places you could do webinars and actually get a good audience, as in numbers. The moment we stopped doing the webinars, I shut that thing right back down. I was like, and deleted. Nope. That's most tech startups are right? Oh yeah, because I mean, if you're starting a business, that's where the money is in a startup nowadays, is position yourself to be very good for being bought. You come up with a good idea, you demonstrate it, you basically do the whole minimal viable product and everything, get some people to buy in, and hopefully you get popular enough that a big company or investor is like, oh yeah, we want that. You sell, and then you leave. That way, when you start getting all the headaches of growth pains and having to answer to investors and yada yada yada, you take the bag of money and you walk away. Am I saying that's ethical or right or anything else? Honestly, there are good and bad with that. The target is usually ABC or Meta. Oh no, there's a whole bunch of targets. You can try and get yourself positioned for like Microsoft, you try and position yourself for like Google, you can try and position yourself for Meta, even Yahoo, anyone who's spending money. Heck, you could just go for like just tech investors. There are a lot of just tech investors. Yahoo still a thing? Yep. They've been struggling. Yahoo has been struggling. Maybe, yeah, no, it's Alphabet. Alphabet is the company. It's to say it owns Google is a little misleading. It's Alphabet created, or I mean, Google created a company to live over top of their search called Alphabet. So it is Google. Like it is Google. It's just, you know, they wanted, they've had Google attached to search, and they're trying to be able to have their separate brands, because at the time Google was getting a really bad reputation for like privacy concerns and all sorts of stuff, and so they were trying to protect their other brands from the bad the bad stuff they were getting because of like all the legislation going against them because of anti-competitive practices, privacy concerns, yada yada yada. It changing memory suck? Yeah, no, it's called Alphabet. That's its actual name. Is Alphabet is the parent company over Google. Let's see, we're going to go up against like 4 companies that are bigger than some economies. You're not going to win, just sell to them. No, that's the whole thing. Like, again, if you make a new feature for that, you make a new feature that directly competes with Google, and you get big enough that Google's like, your choices are you can sell to Google, or Google is going to rip off your idea because you won't be able to legally protect it. And if you do continue to compete, when Google makes their product, you'll just implode. Even if your product's better, to be clear. Even if your product is better, your company will implode. Because the marketing machine that is Google is going to wipe you out. So you just found out you get 36,800 liters of straw per hectare of wheat. Do you know how many hectares you have? I do not know. If I'm going based on my own guess, I would be guessing somewhere in the area of like 6, 7, or 8 would be my guess of here. And that is a very, very rough guess. All right, so we've got that set up. Think a bit better, get liters of wheat, liters of straw. Yeah, no, but the thing is I also don't know how many liters of wheat I'm getting either. Like I don't sit down and like jot it down, so it would also be one of those things I'd be like, brr. How much is this thing? We're getting, I think our big field we got 3 or 4 of these. The small field I think we got 1.5. This field we got about half of them, whatever. It's like we're probably at like 5-ish. You're gonna fill up again in a bad position. I think what the last tech success story is OnlyFans. It's basically a Patreon clone. Yeah, it was. They were willing to go into areas that at the time were considered you just don't cross those lines. Why part of the ground by the trees? Basically, it's worth a lot more in December. And I can't afford a silo. So we don't want to sell it yet. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. When I hear hectares, I'm like, I don't know what a hectare is. Very genuinely. I know it as a unit of area or whatever. But like to be able to mentally picture what a hectare is like yeah, can I get allow on that here, I can get the allow there in just a second. I understand why it flagged, but there we go. 1 hectare is 256 acres. Okay. Still can't mentally picture it, but at least now I know. I think someone's told me that before, but it's one of those things, it's not a unit of measurement I ever use. So, mentally picturing it is very difficult. Why would that flag? Because a lot of people would use porn to say certain things. That's more than you have. Well, so I think the game does a lot of fudging around with stuff, because we had for example, the Silver Run map. There is on the south end of the map, there is several fields. The bigger field there is 3.64 hectare. And honestly, that bigger field on the Silver Run map is maybe It's bigger than my largest field, but not by that much. Oh, that was hectare to acre message I flagged? Oh no, it was, you know, that OnlyFans at one point had been like, yo, we're gonna get rid of porn. And the reason that we're gonna get rid of the porn is dealing with legislation in various countries that put heavy restrictions on adult material. And so, like, OnlyFans can't actually operate in some places or is required to operate under certain limitations. So they didn't want to operate under those limitations. But then it was very clear, it's like, look, man, this is your cash cow. You may not be proud of it, but this is your cash cow. And for the record, I actually have no problem with OnlyFans. I don't personally use it, but I've always been in the sense that, like, hey, if you're offering a service and someone's buying a service and no one's getting hurt, what the heck do I care? I can think of far worse things that you can do than something like that. Yeah, no, I don't, you know, I very much think they never intended OnlyFans to be what it became, but it became that. FaZe Nax said, Yahoo bought Tumblr and then banned the adult content. Yep. I don't know, like, how much of it was that, but yeah, no, that was the thing, that was one of the main use cases for Tumblr, and it massively killed its user base. That happens. Twitch is about to become OnlyFans version 2? No. So they've allowed a whole bunch. Like, and for the record, most of that is still allowed, even with their backtracking. The only thing they backtracked on was adult art. So you could argue it'd be more Tumblr. They were allowing more. You still wouldn't be able to show, the naughty bits. You still couldn't have, like, you know, actual adult content on it, but you could get much closer. You could definitely get stuff that was not appropriate for children. Like, very much that line was being crossed. But I also don't have a problem with that for a bunch of reasons. First of all, look at the games we play. Like, very genuinely, look at the games we play on the platform. Like, obviously, this is not a big deal. But look at, like, GTA 5. And this isn't me being going, like, oh, GTA 5, so bad. But GTA 5, for example, like, really's got some pretty, like, yeah, no, a kid should not be seeing this kind of content on there. And then, like, RimWorld, while it's cartoony, which is part of the reason why people are a lot more accepting of it, it lets you do some stuff that is, like, really messed up. Like, really messed up. And so people being upset, it's like, oh no, they're getting to see slightly more nudity. It's like, look, man, you want a pro tip? If a kid wants to see adult content, they click Google, they type porn, and they hit enter, and they can choose their pick, and not one of them will stop them from watching it. Oh yeah, like GTA 5 has, like, you know, full on nudity and all that kind of stuff. You have, like, all sorts of, like, ridiculous violence and all that. But the point being with all that, where people are upset with that, it's like even the stuff they allowed was super tame. The thing that became a problem was they were like, okay, adult art was allowed, and everyone went wild. And because you knew it wasn't going to stick around, so everyone went wild and was, like, doing stuff that's very, very clear past what they were wanting to permit and allow and everything else. And they weren't tagging stuff appropriately and all that, and it became a whole fiasco. Like, don't get me wrong, it absolutely did become a fiasco. No question about that. I will absolutely agree, it was a disaster where everything was going on the front page that shouldn't have been there, and yada yada yada. And my expectation, honestly, was that they were going to, you know, they had a bunch of staff were probably out for the holidays, and that they were going to, you know, wait until after the holidays, and then they would just come rolling in with some suspensions and all that, and be like, you gotta tag your stuff appropriately, you gotta do this correctly, you gotta do that correctly. Maybe turn around and, you know, put all that sort of stuff, be like, hey, this content is allowed, but you gotta put, like, your tags, you gotta do all your other stuff, you gotta make sure it's properly labeled. That way those who don't want to find it, don't find it. And that way it doesn't end up on the front page and all that. That's not what they did, but that's what I was expecting. I was expecting when people start going ridiculously wild, the moment, like, the main people start getting back into the office, is you're just gonna start seeing that suspend button get hammered real hard and be like, this is not acceptable. You know it's not acceptable. But they did back off on the art policy. I don't have a strong opinion on that one, honestly. But all the other stuff's still allowed on the platform. Like, it wasn't a full backup. It's just that, like, of the, like, 50 bullet point kind of things that are now allowed on the platform, they took one back off. Went wild, like, got rid of the clothes in their VTuber avatars? Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's very clearly not meant to be allowed. But I'm not against them having adult content on the platform. Like, just very genuinely, just straight up adult content. I don't have a problem with that. A lot of the games we play have far worse than that to begin with. So if we're all going to say, like, oh no, it has to be appropriate for children, okay, then we need to start dropping every mature title game off the platform. I don't want that. But I do think what they need to do is they need to actually get on people about having the correct tags on there, having the correct content warnings, and if you don't, it's already in their terms of service and part of your contract as a creator on the platform, that if you don't label your stuff right, they'll suspend your channel. And they do that, but usually it's when, you know, you're playing a movie in the Project Zomboid channel or something like that you get hit. Imagine playing, I have no idea which HLL is in this context, a PvP War 2 shooter, and having to mark it as more than mature. Hell let loose? Oh yeah. Well, no, that's the whole thing. It's like, it's a World War 2 shooter? Is there blood? Is there all that? Sure, mature. I see nothing wrong with that. I mean, actually, it wouldn't be mature. They don't just, like, label it mature. The way they label it is, you know, this has blood and gore, or whatever. Cool. It should be required to be flagged that way. Fair enough. Does it have a lot of swearing? Okay, the content label, lots of swearing. Cool. You play as both allies and Axis? Yeah, but that means it's stuff like that there'd be restrictions with, And of course, someone reported the TikTok stream as being age restricted. This is such crap. It's like every other time I play Farm Sim, someone is trolling my TikTok stream that they pop in there and they report that I'm not child appropriate. And it happens like every other time. It actually is pretty bad when that happens on TikTok because TikTok has such a young audience. It does mean, like, for those who have restrictions, it won't show up. Yeah. Not maybe. It could be someone heard the word and took out context. But the fact that it happens, like, every other night, and we've had night that we've not had a serious topic at all, that we're, like, literally just talking about game mechanics, it still pops up. I think it might be that we have, like, someone who pops in who likes some of my content but does not like Farm Sims. They pop in and they report it every time I'm playing a game that they don't like. I don't know if they're trying to, you know, make me not want to play it anymore because I keep getting flagged. I'm going to keep playing. I'll just stop streaming on TikTok if I can't stream there without getting flagged every 2 streams. But that's the big thing that TikTok needs to fix for creators, is like getting age flagged, whatever. Like, that's annoying. It hurts. But I've had a number of creators who are on both platforms that someone gets upset about something and then they report it, and they report something that gets your channel suspended. So you'll get suspended for like 2 weeks. And you have like no real meaningful recourse. You can appeal it, but it never goes anywhere. Not usually. Not in my experience. And I haven't had that problem. And they just cannot go with guilty until proven innocent. Like, if they're going to do the automatic thing, it needs to be you have a very significant number of people report it, not just a couple. There's some people who don't like play or see people play. Yeah. We've already been talking about OnlyFans. This is true. But, like, just referring to it existing, being like, I'm not against it. Like, not getting into gruesome detail or anything. I don't know. Like I said, if it was just tonight, that's one thing, but this is about the 8th or 9th time it's happened. And again, it's been Farming Simulator, like, 7 out of the 8 times or whatever. We had one that was like another game. They're like, you know what? Compared to Farming Sim, this is fair, but also, it's really not. It's not like the game depict deeper issues on our side. It's just a shooter. Oh, if you're talking about the one... So, the thing you gotta keep in mind is if it does have maybe a competitor? No. I don't... Like, that wouldn't make sense. My presence on TikTok is so small... It would make 0 sense for them to, like, report me because, you know, they're scared I'm stealing their audience or whatever garbage. I actually don't know many content creators who would do anything of that nature who are even remotely relevant on anything. Most of the ones who are like that never get relevance because they don't... Those are people who see everything as, like, zero-sum, which just means you're not going to work with any other creators. And you really do depend. Yeah, no, it's just people trolling. That's all it is. There's an option, but you saw people jump on streams just accuse other bad word supporter just because it's your time to play. Oh, I mean, that's probably people just trolling. That's just people trolling. But now it is a thing, those games, like the game you just mentioned, that it would be restricted in some places. Like, if it contains any symbolism, there are a number of countries that have laws that are just like, you just can't use the symbolism the Axis used. Like, it's just, you can't use it. It's not allowed. And you can argue about whether or not that should be permitted. But that does mean, say for a platform like Twitch, if they want to operate in those countries, that means they do have to adhere to whatever laws are local. And that means they could either have one where there's like a separate slice of Twitch for individuals in those places where they are restricted, or they do a platform-wide thing and all that. And those countries will absolutely hit you. Like, that was one of the things that happened to Twitter, was they got fined pretty harshly for violating laws in different countries because they just weren't bothering to do the required content control. And you can be like censorship bad, but it doesn't matter. It is the law of those places. Yep, that's the thing. It doesn't matter, Soul Adams. It doesn't matter if it's historically accurate. There are places where they say you're just not allowed. You'd be like, this is the official badge. Well, you're just not allowed. It's just, you're not allowed. Like, and it's countrywide law kinds of things. That the only place they allow that to be is like certain museums discussing in a historical sense and stuff like that. But in entertainment, it's just strictly forbidden. That's why you'll see some movies, they'll be like World War II movies, where you'll see like them, and they'll have an armband, but they'll have like a different symbol on it. That's very clearly meant to be similar to a different symbol, but it just won't be the thing. Or it'll just be a flat red armband without like the rest of it. And it's usually because they want to be able to show those things in those areas that it's not permitted. Yeah, no, it'll be stuff like the Iron Cross, swastika, stuff like that. They'll be like, nope, can't, not allowed, forbidden. They won't let them do like the SS or anything like that either. There's even certain sayings that go with those groups that they're not permitted to say. or have written in the background. Like, I'm not gonna say the German word, but one of the things was "work makes you free," which they had at the camps, and they're like, nope, strictly forbidden. And that's because those are places that had difficulty with people sympathizing with those things, and they wanted to nip that in the bud and be like, okay, like, there will be none of that. Like, it happened, it's done, we will not, like, we will speak of the ills and all that of it, you know, use it as a cautionary tale, but we will jump... Oh, this is the wrong place. Good thing that doesn't work. And you can say that's the wrong course and all that, and that's fine. You're entitled to your opinions. The point is, it's still law. So if you want to sell your product in those places, it's the law. You don't get to argue. It's the law. The only way you get to change that is either A, you don't do business in entire countries, or B, you make your own version for those places, or C, you just make your stuff not have that. Now, obviously, with the game, they decided to have the symbolism. But for, like, streaming platforms and all that, a lot of them will probably not allow it, or they'll have heavy restrictions and all that. They'll try and do what they think is legally fine, or you'll be required to label it appropriately or whatever. So I'm saying, yeah, legionary symbolism there. You can allude to it, but that's it. Exactly. Option D, become a politician and change law. That is, I mean, you can certainly do that. I personally, though, actually don't have a problem with some of those laws. Because you also have to keep in mind where they happen. They usually happen in places where there were extreme groups. That you're like, no, there are people who still believe these things here. And you want to do everything you can to take away their ability to recruit, take away their ability to promote their extremist views and all that. Yeah. No, I got you. But that is an option, is change the law. You know, if you can get enough people to buy in. And I do know those kind of laws upset people, but I'm more upset by the people who did the things that we have decided to get rid of their symbolism, that maybe we should not wipe them from history or whatever, because you do want to use them as a cautionary tale or all that, you know, accurately depict history, but not promote their ideas. All right. Let's see, the very last 13 says, much as games can be used for good educating by showing people history, it's also completely understand valid in situations that come up that force your hand into just banning it. Well, it's also one of those things that, like, in the context of, like, you know, we're talking about this game that depicted, you know, the Axis versus the Allies, so World War II. And you sit there and you go through that, and they let you play as, you know, both sides of the fight. And, you know, in the presentation, like, you automatically have a certain amount of sympathy with the people you're playing as, unless, like, the whole thing is they're being depicted as over-the-top awful or something else like that. Which I don't imagine the game takes a whole lot into that one way or the other. They probably just keep a distance from any of that discussion, because that's probably the appropriate way to deal with it. Versus when you're depicting it and trying to be accurate to how awful some of these people were, that ends up being not that fun of a game, because you have to face some pretty rough stuff. Unless you're going to massively sugarcoat it. But the worst you can do is you'll have the game that wants to be, like, super duper edgy and has you play as, like, the you know, people have done atrocities where you do the atrocities and it's kind of gamified, and that is potentially really bad is the way I'll phrase it. So there are ways that you can depict it in a way that is historically accurate, does point at it what it really is, and it's a hard pill to swallow, and those games exist. And even without getting like into individual groups, like games like The War Is Mine and all that, you know, depict war as being like, yeah, this sucks. There's nothing happy about any of this. And that one doesn't get to taking sides on anything. It's just war bad is pretty much what The War of Mine is. War bad. You make awful decisions. War bad. But there have been games that have taken like that really hard where you start playing it and it feels like just another like Call of Duty, Battlefield, which in a lot of ways glorify war. And then you play this game where it like really gives you the tough pill to swallow where you see nothing but awful things and you're just like, this game isn't fun. It's like, uh-huh. The real subject matter isn't fun. But that's one thing when it's just you're playing a random video game, like random shooter or whatever. But then when you're like depicting events that were truly horrible, and you make light of them, that's a tough one. There is harm that happens with that. No, that's fine. You're saying Call of Duty serves as a recruitment tool? Yeah. There is a reason why there has been points in time that they have had various U.S. military groups as sponsors, not the word, but basically that they supported it, marketed it, like had partnerships and all that. Because it does glorify, yeah, it makes it fun. But it also makes for the worst kind of soldiers, the ones who are like, look at me, I'm gonna get the high score. And just start blasting people. Which, you know, they work to work that out of them, but there is too much of that. Not that I'm saying the typical person in the military is like that, to be clear. Oh yeah, Chris saying the US Army made an entire video game for recruitment. Uh-huh. I can't remember the name of the game, but it was a first-person shooter that it was like team-based, where you have your two sides. And the really insidious part of it is no matter which team you're playing as the U.S. Army against terrorists. Even though you're playing against another team, it's like if I was playing one side, America's Army, yeah. If I were playing as one side, it's like, oh, we need to destroy the bridge. The bad people are coming across to, you know, go America. And then you go to the other side, and you are trying to protect the bridge because the bad people are going to go destroy it. And no matter which side you're playing as, you were playing as, for your perspective, the American Army. But the other side would always look like the bad people. Which was fascinating, to a certain extent, but also kind of weird. And I played it a little bit. I never got into that one. It was those ones I tried it mostly out of it. Oh yeah, no, it was a great move on their part. I still dislike the idea of like kind of the propaganda style recruitment thing of making it all seem like fun and all that. Great saying, oddly enough, the gameplay for the game of the time was actually fun. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't even a bad game. Like I remember playing and relatively having a good time. It's just, you know, all my buddies and us were in different games. I remember there was like some lobby issues, but like the gameplay itself was pretty solid. Philosophically, that kind of seems interesting. Yeah. I don't know, like I have no beef with military at all. My whole thing is I don't like when it's like promoted and like made into like there's almost like a worship of it. And like where it's like this big entertainment thing for recruitment drives and whatnot. That bothers me. I'm totally fine with people going, hey, it made sense for me, like, you know, I wanted to do it, it was important to me, like that, those are, sure, fine, fair, good enough reasons. They're gonna pay for your college, excellent, makes sense. Screwed up in school, sure, fine. You lack the organization and it gave that to you, sure, good enough reason. Wasn't a choice I made, but these are all good reasons. But like, to literally make it a video game to be like, hey, children, military. It's like, could we not? Oh, this isn't the right vehicle. I'm like, why can't I lower this? I knew that was going to come back to bite me someday. Where I just chucked this on the ground here. Like it's betraying soldiers is the same. So yes and no. The way it would actually work is it would reskin all of you, like whoever's on your team, as being, you know, American soldiers. And I can't remember exactly what the other team would be presented as, but they were the enemy. So no matter what your actual teams, like what they were doing objective wise, your people always look the same and their people always look the same. I think they actually did have, like later on, they added a couple different textures for like depending on where you were that have like the appropriate camo or whatever. But as you remember correctly, the Transformers movies had a lot of funding from the U.S. Army. That wouldn't surprise me. They know the age group they want to target. That marketing is the thing I have a problem with. Like, again, it is, I'm totally fine with them saying down here, going, hey, you know what? You want to do this, that job requires college. Like, you want to be a doctor, you have to go to college. How are you going to pay for college? You don't have scholarships, you blew your GPA. You don't have a realistic way of paying for this yourself. So if you want to do this, this is an option. I'm okay with that. I still fundamentally don't think it's a good thing that we have to get to that point, but, like, that's the idea. It's like, hey, you serve, this is what you're going to get for it. You know, it is the thing you do. Or again, if you're a family who that's just one of the things they believe in, that's totally fine. I just don't like the whole thing where they're deliberately targeting children with it. That bothers me. I got you, Soul Adams. There's a lot of games that do that. I would actually argue more of the shooters that you have teams that represent different groups, like actual real life groups, usually are mostly historically accurate. Sometimes they'll like fuzzy the timeline so you can get like a weapon that group is particularly known for, that they'll kind of nudge it in, even though technically it didn't come out for a couple of years or whatever. But generally, they do depict it as one faction or the other. But yeah, I'm also not big into a lot of shooters. Like, I used to play a lot of Call of Duty and a little bit of Battlefield back in the day. And I played, like, lots of Counter-Strike back in the day. Counter-Strike is probably the one I played the most of out of them. I don't know. It's the same time that I kind of got out of a lot of competitive games. I just got tired of toxicity. You know, every game being just such ridiculous insults all the time. And, you know, the number of cheaters you start having show up in first-person shooters the moment they got any popularity whatsoever, that I stopped playing them in large. It's not that I don't play first-person shooters anymore, but especially, like, the World War II and World War I's, I definitely got tired of those way earlier on. Because it's kind of like, you know what? There's other events in human history we could depict or make them up. Like, I've seen this before. I know how this plays out. I don't need to relive the same exact battles again and again and again in different games again and again and again. I've I've seen Normandy. I know what it looks like. Can we try something new? That was my issue, is the, to me, I like a game that has a good plot or a good story, and so many of those games was just, yeah, it's the World War, what do you want? You know how this plays out. They spent half of your school teaching you about it. And while it's cool to kind of like be able to play this, play the scenario, you kind of get tired of it. That's one of the reasons I feel like I had already stopped playing a lot of the Call of Duty, and then Modern Warfare came out, and I ended up playing that one because it was a new story. I didn't end up playing any after that, but I did play that one quite a bit. But all the rest is just like, yeah, World War II, but maybe we make up some brand new fictitious fight. I'm like, you know what? I want different groups to play as. Exactly on the edge. You like Wolfenstein approach where it's an alternate reality? Yeah, no, that's fun as well. I actually really enjoy alternate history in like books, movies, and games, where they take the what if and they'll like, just grab the one puzzle piece and they'll move it and just say, how does this play out? So like, for those who don't know the backstory for Red Alert, like the Red Alert series, pretty much the setup for the real-time strategy game Red Alert is they invent a time machine, they go back, and they kill Hitler. They're like, Hitler bad, and they kill him. And then because of not having that pressure from what would become World War II, what ends up happening is the Cold War between US and Russia becomes an actual war. And that's the story of Red Alert 2, and how it like plays up. But they have this whole thing where there's like gradual escalation or whatever. The Fallout universe has wonderful, while completely sci-fi and silly in a lot of ways, a wonderful alternate history where they just have this one split in the path of history taking that ends up becoming the shortage of resources and yada yada yada, and it also escalates into a full-out war. But it's not even the war that's what the game is about. Like, literally the war is just the setup as to why the world is all destroyed. Is that we went the route of mutually assured destruction. And I very much enjoy that. There was a book series that I was keeping up with while they haven't made their new one yet, that the entire premise is the Yellowstone supervolcano goes off. And, it completely derails history from that point because that is super duper big volcano. Like, if the Yellowstone supervolcano goes off, it is going to be a significant global impact. Like, period. The game is aftermath of the war. If that might also have the same event. I'm not familiar with that one. It wouldn't surprise me. But I very much enjoy those, where they just take like a moment in history and be like, but what if? And of course they run down in there, and like 99% of those stories, if you like, put some gray matter against it, you'd go, oh wait, that wouldn't play out at all that way. Like, it's just, the chance of it playing out this way would be completely ridiculous. But it's fun to just walk through those. Even if it is completely unrealistic. Who cares? It's a game or a movie or a book or a comic or whatever. Yeah, there have been multiple depictions of various history things where either another civil war happens in the US, or there's been ones where it just depicts that the North loses and how history plays forward. And I've seen some of those that like you read like, this is dumb. And I've also read some of those where I'm like, okay, that, okay, they didn't just go with running with the one thing. They actually thought it out and made it interesting. Especially when it's one of those ones that's not like right afterwards, but they advance time 100 years or whatever, or it's like modern day or whatever. And how a lot of the things end up similar, but then there's a lot of things are different. Let's see, in Fallout is the aftermath of a war that went nuclear. Yep. Oh yeah. That's Right, like, so Fallout had a resource war that happened for a long time. And the resource war started to, like, kind of calm down. I remember with Fallout, it was the US versus China primarily. But the resource war started to kind of calm down because nuclear fusion was figured out. But the issue was, while the United States, which had annexed Canada and everything in their story, had, you know, figured out nuclear fusion and life was good. They were seeing effectively an economic boom and everything at the time. That technology hadn't quite reached China, who was, you know, they were on their last limb. Oil had been depleted, because that was the whole thing. The escalation was everyone was running out of oil and other critical materials, and so everyone was fighting over the scraps. But they hadn't received, like, they hadn't gotten a nuclear fusion yet, and so they were like, literally they were desperate, and they launched the attack, and then everyone bombed everyone. You know, and then Fallout universe, the whole place is an irradiated mess. That's, people have talked about what they want to see in the next Fallout game, and a whole bunch of people's like, oh, we should go back to Vegas. I'm like, no. We've done it. It was fun. It was excellent. And I know it's one of the favorites. I want to see a new place. We did Boston. It was great. We did Vegas. We did Hoover Dam. We did a whole, I mean, that's part of like in the area. We did that. Like, I want to see a new location. Don't show me places I've already been. I want to see a new location. That's all I want. Each time, take us someplace truly different. What does Europe look like? What does China look like? You know, what does Canada look like? Because in that story, they got annexed. What's it look like? How does that play out? Yeah, no, give us Fallout. Show us what it was like in China in their world. Because they were the opposition, the ones that we went back and forth with. Let's see what happens, because one would assume that China wouldn't be full of Vault-Tec. They would have their own kind of thing. Whereas Canada would probably have Vault-Tec, because again, Vault-Tec operated within the US and Canada had gotten it annexed. Yeah, you've got an entire planet you can go to anywhere. Why would we go back? It's people loved New Vegas, which is fair. It is easily one of the best Fallout games ever created. Like, most people, even if they don't have it in that one position, it's at least in the top 3, for the most part. You'll probably find 1 or 2 who might be an exception, but generally speaking, it's either number 1 or it's top 3 for most people. So, like, they have a soft spot, and Mr. House was a fantastic character as well. And this goes much faster if I turn off the thing that picks up the straw. But yeah, it's like, I get it. It was a good game. Like, don't give me New Vegas 2. Give me something new. I like, for as much of a flop as 76 was on launch, I did at least appreciate that we were getting an entirely different part of the timeline. Like, that it was literally, like, the bombs had dropped. They basically waited till, like, the immediate radiation rolled away, and then just instantly were like, okay, get out. Did the audio just cut out? I mean, if the audio is working for everyone else, could someone let Lardine know? Fallout Newer Vegas. That's okay. The third game in the series will be Fallout Newest Vegas. Because original naming... Oh, yeah, there we go. Alright, bear with me, chat, because I am heckin' thirsty, and I'm out of drink, so I'm going to go ahead and grab myself a new drink while you watch this tractor slowly make its way towards being repaired and gassed up, and I'll be right back. Let's see. Pullman says, you never play it. You always had a game-breaking bug occur in the first, like, 30 minutes and you never tried to fix? Rual Rual has been gone since forever. I counted. Yep, you got one forever in cookie units. That's like when it's too hot, a lot of times I'll be like, it's exactly 1 million degrees outside. And the person will be like, no, you're wrong. It's like, yeah, it's exactly 1 million degrees, and I'll say my actual name in, you know, whatever units. So Rual units will say in this case. So the temperatures in Rual units is it's 1 million degrees, it's freezing, or it's 72 degrees. Those are the only 3 temperatures that exist in Rual units. It's 69 degrees. Nice. 69 degrees is a nice temperature. It wouldn't be besides if a bug wouldn't prevent you from playing. Yeah, no, I had so I've mentioned before, for me, my experience with Fallout 76 is I genuinely, when it released, I enjoyed the game. My stance is it a good game? It's okay. Like, it's not great. It's like, and this is not referring to now. I've heard it's actually pretty good now. But like at the time, I was like, it's okay. Was it a good Fallout game? No. It was a bad Fallout game. Was it a good game? It was okay. As a game, it was okay. As a Fallout game, it was very, like, I think that was the problem, is the Fallout part of it set certain expectations, and it was just a very different game. It didn't feel like Fallout. Now, I've heard it's really good nowadays, but that's kind of my stance, was that I liked the game. I genuinely enjoyed the game. One of the things that to me was a big negative was knowing that there weren't human NPCs made all their stories meaningless, because they had so many stories that were like, did the person survive? No, there's no human NPCs. They're dead. All of them. Nowadays, they actually, my understanding is they have a bunch of human NPCs and all that now, so the stories could be meaningful. But back when it released and you knew there weren't human beings in it, it spoiled the end of the story for like every other mission. That's exaggerating. But like 1 out of 10 missions, it spoiled it. Or it's like, the person you've been talking to has been a robot the whole time. Yeah, no, because they know there's no human NPCs. It was a big marketing thing they talked about. Alright, so you're fine. Need to drop off the wheat. Your favorite Fallout game was Fallout 2? Same. I liked Fallout 2 the most. Fallout Tactics I enjoyed as well for very different reasons. Fallout New Vegas would definitely be up there. Fallout 1 was enjoyable. Like, I like it, but looking back at it, comparing Fallout 1 to Fallout 2, Fallout 1 had some jank. Fallout 1 had some jank, if we're being honest. There was a lot of amazing things they let you do in it that made it an excellent game. But it had some real jank in there. Marking, aka spoilers. Yeah, well, I mean, the problem was, you know, people would do the interviews and they would ask them questions, and it came out that there were no human NPCs in the game. And everyone was sticking on that point. Which that was the whole idea. The marketing was that you were supposed to treat the other players as your human NPCs. And they had robots to fill in the blank for, like, quests and whatnot. The problem is, humans make for very terrible storytellers in these kind of games. When there is a reason to murder each other, you know what's not going to happen? A lot of conversation. When the game first came out, everyone was just Murder City on top of everyone. But when it did kind of like die off, I honestly had a lot of really good times at that point, because no one was hopping on to just, you know, kill each other for no reason whatsoever. Like, yeah, if I was capping a point or something that they wanted, sometimes that'd turn into a fight and all that, which is fair. That's literally the point. We're fighting over a resource we both want. Makes sense. But when someone is just like, their whole game is they just show up, they're like, oh, you're at your house, they just run up and they start trashing your stuff or killing you or whatever, it's like, this isn't fun. I'm not looking for Rust in the Fallout universe. That's not what I want in a Fallout game. RDM? I don't know the abbreviation off the top of my head. That's one thing you gotta be careful about with abbreviations. You can work in social sandbox games if there's like 4 people. Ain't gonna work. Random deathmatch. Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah. That was always the thing we had in RP is there'd be a no RDM, no random deathmatch. Which all that means is like you can't just go up and start shooting each other. Because it does ruin the experience for a lot of people. Alright, so let's check on the flower. Alright, so we need to plow, lime, then fertilize. We need to do all the things to our fields. As you play, the Isle, play as a dino. It annoys the heck out of me when dinos kill you, even when you're not part of their diet. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. I've talked about it. Like, it's one thing if the premise of the game is that's PvP. Like, right from the start, it's like, this is a PvP game, your job is to kill each other. Which is like what Rust is. Like, you're basically competing with the other players. And you can do, like, roleplay and all that, where that's not how you play it. But for all intents and purposes, the point of Rust is you farm up your stuff, you build your base, and you murder the crap out of each other. That's the game. Pretty much the whole game. That is what it is. Again, unless you go to like an RP server or whatever. Alright. But when you play those games that the idea is mostly that you'd run around, do missions, do whatever, and you can PvP. If they don't actually have good control mechanisms in the game to keep just randomly murdering each other kind of to the down low, it doesn't need to not be permitted or anything like that, but at least somewhat contained, then it just becomes random deathmatch because people like to watch the world burn. And then it's just no fun at that point. Alright, so is it going to label as needing... We're getting more of our stuff here is starting to show up as gonna be more expensive to repair, and I'm not about it. Yeah, so it's not... Oh, actually it did upgrade. So it's showing as weeds and needs rolling, but it's not marking them as needs lime. That's the whole thing, is it's getting stuck on the needs lime kind of thing. So my plan is to plow, then lime, then fertilize, then seed, then fertilize. All right. Let's get you started on this. And we need to top off our greenhouses, deal with them. Because you can't count the amounts of ambushes triggered by another player that would actively get sick by eating yours. Yeah. Yeah, no, those games become murder simulator. Like, that was my whole thing with GTA Online. So there was a lot of cool mechanics at GTA Online that they might as well not exist because everyone just murders each other for the heck of it. But, like, they had the whole thing where it's like you could steal the car, and then once you've stolen the car, you pop up on everyone's radar and they go after you. Good. That is the kind of PvP I'm on board with. Literally, I am opting in and say, I am doing a thing, and you're trying to stop me. But then there's a whole bunch of stuff that are just, like, random things you could just do that there's no reward for someone killing you. They literally kill you to just screw you over on what you're doing. But that's what happens. And a little bit of that isn't too bad. But when it's like literally you cannot get in a lobby with other people without that being a thing, it's like, okay, well, let's just kill each other because that's all this is. You know, all the other depth you've added to this game, it's fine. It's garbage. It's not here. We just kill each other because the things are way too effective for me to get away with it. Which is, like with Red Dead Redemption Online, that one also has that problem. But generally it's not as bad, because at least your horses don't fly through the sky at high speed and fire homing missiles. The person still has to, like, run to you with their horse and shoot at you. So, even if they got better equipment, the playing field are way, way closer to balanced. Like, it gives them an edge, but it doesn't give them such an extreme edge. You know, riding up on you with a bulletproof car and all that. Until you get explosives. Like, low-level players against the bulletproof cars can't do hardly anything. They just die. Zanespark says, you actually stopped playing Fallout 76 for the moment? It was much better than what it was. Not many people do any of the PvP, but there are a few bad eggs out there that kind of jerks about it. Yeah, no, but that's like my experience when I messed with it very briefly. There was a group I was RPing with that we played for just a little while. And not RP, we were just playing Fallout 76 and 76. But I didn't run, I think I ran to like one person who was a bit of a jerk. Otherwise, everything seemed to be like really in a good place. Versus when I first started playing, you had to just deal with people who kill you for no reason. The very last article said, herbivores being territorial can make sense, staring at horrifying creatures that are hippos. But, let's see, in a game that 99% of its players are just being jerks, yeah. Well, that's what you have to do is you have to have mechanisms in your game that there are real consequences for killing people for no reason. Like, I'm down with allowing it to happen, but it should be one of those things that you do it and now you can't, like, you just cannot go to towns or you just cannot do this. Like, you have decided to make yourself an outlaw and you have to deal with being an outlaw. Like, that's the decision you're making. You can't kinda be a jerk. And don't get me wrong, it's not that you should never be able to recover from being an outlaw. You make a mistake, you choose to do something, and you're stuck with that forever. But it should be something sticky. That, like, once you start doing that, you finish your task. Uh-huh. We can pretend that's true. AI's like, yep, all done. We got it. Field is sorted. Nothing left to do here. I fail to see anything more I can do productive in this juncture. But do you like the MMO thing where they had security levels, and if someone attacks you... Yeah, not so always the thing that you'd have, like, this is the safe place. If you mess with someone in a safe place, get wrecked. Like, you don't survive. That's just the way it is. You don't survive. You may do damage, but you're dead. Then there's also ones that have like medium security, where it's like, okay, it's still illegal, you still get trouble, you still get something that... All that. Alright. See, one thing you loved about Path of Titan servers, herbivores could only fight back if they were actively being hunted, or someone from the herd was. Gotcha. So you do the thing you need to be arrested before there were consequences or something? I mean, consequences are gone? Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It needs to be sticky. Like, Ultima Online, I felt did a pretty good job of making consequences real. That if you killed a person, you get marked as a murderer. And by itself, it wasn't too bad. And they had problems. You could just AFK, run your character and whatever. But it was one of those things that, you know, you'd get marked as a murderer, and you had to play a number of hours online before you would be unmarked. And if you're a murderer, you're free game for literally anyone to come after you anywhere. You also couldn't get too close to town, because if you got too close, people could call the guards and they would kill you. Like, there wouldn't be a chance for you to run. The guard would teleport on top of you and just demolish you in one hit. 2 if you're lucky. And so if you want to kill people with, like, just indiscriminately, that thing stuck. And every person you killed on it extended that timer. People still did it, but as well as things, you had to know what you're getting in. That game was Ultima Online. And then you could also do stuff like steal from people, like pickpocketing was like a mechanic in the game. But it's the same thing. You got marked as a criminal for a period of time, and once you got marked as a criminal, you were free game, and guards would kill you if you got too close to town. But it was a much shorter time. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, Pankraro getting the 3 streams in a row. I do appreciate that. Yeah, no, they made him visible. It's been pretty neat. It's a buggy mechanic, like it doesn't work great. Hey, Peter North, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Peter North, please? What you been playing? How's it been going? Let's see. Used to give full count of what your streak was. So Peter North, another content creator on the platform. Just a thought. Wait. So Twitch is not saying you've done anything recently. That could be just wrong. It just Twitch does that sometimes. It just can't figure out what you're doing. But I do hope things are going good. It's going good here. Alright, dump all that out. And the reason I'm doing that is just so that the greenhouse don't get backed up. You've been playing a school. Likely break for Twitch. Focus on graduation. Gotcha. That's, you know, that's the smart move. School's important and expensive. Best make the most of it. We had the school discussion about expensive earlier. Not in a don't do it or anything. It's just school's expensive. But yeah, no, I liked games having like you could be the absolute awful person if you wanted, but it had consequences. Like in EVE Online had the same thing. That if you killed other players in high security space or even low security space, you would get a standing hit with whatever faction owned the space. Hey Bob, how's it going? But and it was like it was a really sticky thing to lose security standing in EVE. Like it took a while to work that crap back down. Oh yeah, I forgot this tractor isn't actually strong enough to pull this thing. I'm just kind of making it work because my other tractor's busy. But yeah, no, it was the whole thing that like you went negative standing, and you had to grind to get that thing back up. You could do it, but it was another one of those ones that, you know, punishment was sticky. And if you went, I can't remember if it was like -5 or just negative at all. I can't remember what the cutoff was. If your standings got low enough, the moment you popped into high security space, the station guns and all that, gate guns would just open fire on you. So if you weren't going absolutely full speed, you couldn't even pass through safe space, like let alone do anything. You could pass through, but like I said, you had to be going like absolute full speed in a ship that you can get into warp real fast. Because the cops would show up, the guns would start firing, everything would go sideways. Thank you for the follow, Izam. Welcome to the stream. As Fulman saying, if you want to play the game as a villain, it should treat you as a villain. Exactly. Like, actions should have consequences. If you're gonna be a big jerk in the game, it's gonna be a whole thing. Do you have any clue about the Path of Exile 2 release date? Yes! The beta will be available, I believe it was the middle of this year. And one would assume that once the beta becomes available, we'll have a little bit more time after, like it'll be, you know, some odd number of months after that. Will it release this year? I have no idea. But we are getting, I believe it was the beta is supposed to be released this year. I think it was during the summer. Don't quote me on that part. But that was one of the things they brought up at XLCon, is that it would be available, you know, as I think it was summer this year. It says it should be punishing to them as it for a person they murder. Right. That, like, if you're causing harm to another player in the game as a game mechanic, the consequences to you should be just as sticky as they were to whom you went after, kind of thing. Like, if you kill someone's player and that's got some significant negative marks, then what should ultimately happen is if that inconvenience is significant, the inconvenience for you should also be significant. Now, that could be an inconvenience you're totally fine with, again, being marked as a murderer and not being able to go to town for a while. But it should have a stickiness to it. Alright, do I want to keep you doing this? Yeah. Like, I'll take over. Because the other things I would be doing also need this tractor, because it's the only tractor I have that's strong enough to do it. Because I need to put down the lime and the fertilizer. That's an impossible goal with asymmetric gameplay. It is. But the point being is, if you as the player killing someone significantly inconveniences your victim and has nothing that impacts you at all, like it's just kind of hand wave away, that's a problem. And again, this is assuming that the player's minding their own business. You're not in like a special PvP zone or anything like that. The player is doing their own thing, mining some rock, and you just walk up and stick him in the back. Not there for any reason. You're not like opposing factions or anything like that. It's just you're killing them for the sake of killing them. Then your character should be flagged in some way that, like, you have killed another player in cold blood and you now have, like, again, a mark on you or whatever that makes it so, like, either you're free game to a bunch of people or people who are, like, the opposing faction or whatever. Some group of people aligned with our player that you are now open season. Right, but the inconvenience of permanently murder will always be greater than the inconvenience that happens to you. Right. No, I get that. The point is you do want the inconvenience on the person who is, you know, performing in an antisocial way that there shouldn't be nothing. There should be some stickiness. Because, like, for example, the negative security setting in EVE, like I said, I think that was the best one I've seen implemented so far, is you would have high, low, and, like, medium and low sec. Or null sec. So it's high, low, and null sec. Sorry, there's no medium. So, in null sec, there's no consequence. Do what you want. You want to kill people? No consequences. That's no man's land. You can do what you want, whatever stuff. Low sec is somewhat dangerous space, And then you have high sec. So the big thing about negative security standings is high sec becomes a whole thing that you on that character can't go to anymore. Now you can go into an alt, get stuff, and do that. And you can race through. But you can't, like, stop, bring a hauler, pick up some stuff, move it back, go, buy your new ship in high sec, fly it out. Like, high sec is kind of off limits to you once you go into the bad negative standings. So it is kind of one of those things that it can be worked around. Now, don't get me wrong, it doesn't stop people from going in and getting a bunch of pirate alts and then killing you because it's really easy to set up a pirate alt and then get rid of the sec status and yada yada yada. Like, I feel like it used to actually be a lot easier to... Like, sorry, that sec status was much stickier than it used to be. You'd go low sec status, and it took you forever to work that crap off back in the day. But a lot of times, being stuck in low and null sec, what it meant is usually you had an alt that could go pick up your ship, pick up all your supplies, get all kitted, bring it to your murdering character and all that, and drop it off. But at least that was a big hassle that you'd have to move your money between your characters and do all that stuff. Or more realistically, you had an industry alt that made you all your money, and then you just harass people on your pirate character. But still, all the overhead had to juggle thing between characters and accounts and all that. At least that's something. And then you'd often have people who would just lose track of where they're going and all that, and accidentally hop into a certain system thinking they're on their other character and just get murked by the guns. Unless they nerfed Concord at some point. You see Skull and Bones going to release this year? Okay. You did not think that game ever released? That's what I'm curious about. I also felt people mentioned earlier that Sea of Thieves did a pretty good balance between the PvP and the PvE. I would say it was not bad. I still ended up running into problems in that one where you would log in, you're like, cool, I'm gonna go play some of this, it's gonna be fun, and you would just start loading up your ship that you had just logged in for the night, and have someone just start shooting your ship from, like, just they would pull up because you're at the spawn point and they just start shooting your ship, and you're just like, what do you expect me to do? I haven't even started yet. That was about the only problem I ran into. Because usually if you're motivated enough to just try and run, that you could run from a lot of stuff and whatnot. You'd have people who troll you while you're going for treasure, but again, it was kind of one of those things that the map was big enough that unless you were like a really active, I don't know what you call it, server node or whatever, if you tried to lay low, you could actually get away with laying low for a good while. And just, do your treasure hunting. And occasionally you'd bump into someone. It did suck when no one was by the ship and they would just roll in and destroy it, but that makes sense. That's what we're supposed to do. So, it did unfortunately make it really not as fun when you go to play solo. It's very hard to play solo game and enjoy it. Because, you just try and sloop and be quiet. Lay low and not get noticed and, do some progression and all that. But, and then plus, going against the big ships in the sloop. Not that you couldn't win, was usually pretty tough. Opponent said, the cool idea I had was like a social standing attributes, where more evil you were, the more the game treats you as evil. And that if you get negative, NPCs start treating you with suspicion and guards start gathering, or if you go far enough, they'll outright attack you. Yeah, and there's games that have done that they'll have a karma system. It's usually what they go with it. You can get positive and negative karma. So you do stuff, and it wouldn't be just player killing, be doing stuff like stealing and all that you get negative karma. And you'd have certain NPCs would stop interacting with you at all if your karma got low enough. Starfield won the most innovative gameplay in the Steam Awards, and it's absolutely the community memeing. Yep. Yup. I will give Starfield credit for a lot of fun things. Was it the most innovative? No. No. Same for Red Dead Redemption 2, winning Labor of Love, even though it's been years without an update. Yeah, no, exactly, Bentley. It's like Starfield did a lot of cool stuff. Like there wasn't no innovation. Like the entire building of your ship and all that was kind of a cool new thing and all that. But should it get a award? No. There's been way more innovative games. I would actually argue games like Dave the Diver were more innovative. Which I know a lot of people got upset with it winning an indie award earlier because it's like, well, it's not. But well, people on Steam tag RTS games as point and click. Oh no, you can't go by tags on a lot of stuff. There's games that you'll sit there that'll get completely ridiculous tags that have nothing to do with the game at all. Like not even remotely correct. Do they know what innovative means? Well, no, it's when you're pulling people entirely at random, it is a mess. That's one of the difficulty things. They always talk about when you just pull people, it's one of your least reliable use cases. Because, you know, like, pulling people to name a boat and getting Boaty McBoatface. No one thought that was the best name for it. People were memeing and just wanted to see where it would go. That's just a thing that happens. You gotta be real careful when you're just going to take user feedback without any controls, any guidance or anything like that, and just roll with it. It's one of the reasons why I don't have to worry about us because we're not that broad of a group. But if I was ever like, you know, several thousand viewer channel and I was still doing the polls to see like, well, I mean several thousand concurrent viewer channel, and they're doing like the polls about like what game to play, I would have to be very careful with that because it'd be very easy for memeing to run away with it. Finally saying Starfield is fun, yes. Make you more want to play? Yes. Did you play the game in the morning? Yes. But not innovated. I would definitely say it had innovations, but I wouldn't say it's a particularly innovative game. Like, it's not that it had no innovations, but it definitely was not like, you know, it wasn't breaking any molds or anything in a meaningful way. It's just like, oh, that's a cool thing you added. Neat. Like they did stuff like there's secret worlds when you do your new game plus. You can get like some really bizarre twisted worlds. So there's some kind of cool innovation there, but it's still very mild innovation. See, everyone can add tags to Steam, and people have to report them to get them removed. City Skylines 2 tags like horror, psychological horror, pretty much. You can, but you got to make your sample size massive and highly varied, which most game things can't. Yeah, so there's definitely things to help. That is a thing. Having where you pull a whole bunch of different people, that can help. Making sure the progression on the different things is hidden is important as well, because if a couple people vote for something as a meme, it can run away with it if they know people are voting that way. Otherwise, if they don't know already people are weighing in on that option to meme, it makes it less likely for people to have kind of the pile on. And having a very diverse demographic, you know, and I mean that like in all means of it, like interests and everything. You know, a channel where the streamer makes what game to play poll and usually channel chat ties two options. People try to do that here. And it's not that they've never succeeded. They have, but it's rare. And I find it funny because the way usually it pans out is you'll have someone who has a game they really specifically want to play, and you have another person who has a game they want to play, and those two will start going back and forth. And then you have like the third or fourth people who are just trying to tie it up. And ultimately, usually what happens is whichever person is throwing the more points for the one they want to play just wins. Because it's super hard to time it to tie it up. Because as you saw someone voting on Game Awards, and they either voted for their favorite game, regardless of category, or there was only one game they played in the category they voted for. Yeah. Like, for me, I only voted on, like, 2 or 3 categories in the entire awards, because most of the other ones I just didn't care, or, you know, none of the games fit what I thought or anything like that. Like, I voted for Coral Island, for the cozy games. I didn't see how it actually did. I don't expect it won, because it was a smaller indie game compared to a lot of the others on that list. Or, I should say, a less-known indie game, not a smaller. Was that the Steam Awards? I can't remember which one. But a lot of categories are like, you know, like the sports games are like, I don't play any of these. I don't have, like, I'm just not voting. I don't know what's going on. Or there'd be ones like, you know, the most challenging game, and you look at the games, you're like, I don't know any of these games. Like, I'm not gonna vote for it. It's a whole thing. A lot of those awards don't end up meaning anything. Like, they can be very good for the company, or the company selling the game, because, like, for example, if you're not particularly well heard of indie game and you get like the Cozy Game Award, that just puts you on the map for a lot of people. That's probably going to mean a lot of sales for you. But like most innovative for Starfield, since it's already such a well-known game, that's not going to mean anything. That's just memeing. People who are going to buy Starfield have already heard of Starfield. There's not going to be many people who just managed to not hear Starfield exist. Anyone who wouldn't play a sports game? That's not true. There is a very strong following for a bunch of sports games on Steam. I'm not one of those people, but there are people who were buying every single version of FIFA that came out and all their DLC. There are people, you know, it's not FIFA anymore. I don't remember what they changed it because it's no longer branded. There are people who buy every single one of the football games that come out, every single player, every single DLC. And I believe the way they do those ones is they do like almost a loot box based system on getting the people. So it's like opening collectible cards and all that. So it's truly scummy DLC where you can drop hundreds of dollars and not even get what you want. They have basketball's another one that's got a pretty strong following. Again, none of these interest me at all, but I do recognize that Electronics Art over there was straight up printing money with these games on Steam, so they do vote. But that's another one of those ones, because there's a lot of overlap for people who like the sports games and like Souls-like games and those, the games that they generally depict as like manly games and whatnot. So you'll probably have a lot more of them who vote for Call of Duty, vote for Battlefield, vote for sports games, vote for, you know, Grand Theft or Grand Theft Auto, you know, the games that fit that demographic. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's people who want to get there. They exclusively do the latest version of FIFA and that's it. You don't remember the last time you played a sports game? Me either. But there's a lot of people who are overlap for like in first-person shooters. There's a lot of people in first-person shooter who also, you know, they like to watch football. They like to watch this. I mean, heck, we had a conversation that football came up on this stream. I don't watch it. I don't keep up with it. I don't know the teams. I don't know the names. But there was a good, like, when we had like 50-something viewers, there was probably a good, I don't know, 8, 10, 12 people discussing their favorite teams, what was going on, all that kind of stuff. Let's snooze the ad because we're getting towards the end of stream, so I'm going to try to help you avoid getting another round of ads real fast. Because I'm going to try and wrap up this field, get the plow in position in the next field so I don't forget what the heck is going on. Because time is happening fast. It is going to be almost, it actually is 4 a.m. my time. But don't go anywhere, because we'll find someone to raid and all that, and it'll help both this channel and theirs if you tag along with it. That said, if you're like, it's late, I'm going to call it a night, and you're not already following, don't forget to drop a follow, that we can find your way back here in the chat. For all of you over there on YouTube, don't forget to do the like and subscribe and all that. We'll keep going for another couple minutes, because I want to get the end of this field and all that. But I'm just making sure to do all that kind of stuff. But I don't know who we're going to raid. There's not many people playing this game that I've been able to find that have chill streams. Like, I have one or two we found. But a lot of the other ones, they either just don't talk to their audience, or like their audio is scuffed. And I'm down to throw a raid at other people's channels. I do that, you know, not all the time, but from time to time. You know, keep kicking the snooze button to make sure that ad gets pushed back. Yeah, it should be way more than enough time. Let me hit it again, so we did. 67,000 away from Make Me Play. You keep getting more ideas for what you want to use it on. Excellent. For those who didn't see, a couple days ago we had a Make Me Play redeem for Elden Ring, which I did play once on the channel right when it came out. It didn't go well, but I mean, I was competing with everyone. I mean, when I say it didn't go well, like no one tuned in. But that's because the people who were actually interested in it didn't want spoilers, and the people who weren't interested in didn't watch. Or they had someone else they wanted to watch if they wanted to watch someone play. You have 72,000 points, and you want them to play Tarkov. It's a shame, didn't they just do the reset? I'm not against Tarkov. I've absolutely played Tarkov. We could certainly do a little Tarkov. I will say, the way I play Tarkov might not be the most entertaining to you. I am a very sneaky person. Yeah, no, let's come up with a raid message. Let's put those new emotes to use. Alright, so this field's done. And we'll get ourselves in position on this next field. I'll save the game. We'll wrap up the video over on something about farming, maybe? Come up with an idea quick. Because I'm going to be juggling around making sure to think that... We can always do the Evil Trees one. I do like the Evil Trees one. It is a solid one. So here we're going to... save. And before I forget... Oh, I already took a screenshot earlier. We're good. Alright. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is, first of all, for all of you over there on TikTok and YouTube, I'm going to be saying goodbye to you, so don't forget to like and subscribe over there on YouTube. And then TikTok, I will catch you another night. But for all of us over